Under the surface of the sea lies another world, a world of ruins, of silence, of cities once alive now hidden in the dark. We speak of Atlantis, but that's just one name among many. Across the oceans, beneath waves and silt, ancient civilizations sleep, temples, roads, statues, all forgotten, all real. These aren't myths, they're memories, buried by storms, swallowed by tides, or erased by time. And tonight we descend into them, into the drowned empires, the stone cities lost beneath the deep. But before we begin, where are you watching from right now? Drop your city and the time on your screen in the comments. Let's see how far these ruins still reach. And if you haven't already, subscribe to Unspoken Mysteries, because the surface tells one story, but the sea, it remembers everything. There is a moment, standing on the deck of a ship in still water, when the ocean feels less like a surface and more like a veil. The moon reflects off it like a wound trying to heal, and everything beneath becomes suggestion, a shimmer, a flicker, a shape that might be stone, or fish, or memory. That is where Atlantis waits, not in clarity, but in the blur between what is known and what is almost remembered. The idea of a city swallowed whole is terrifying because it is believable. The idea that its people were real, that they laughed, built, prayed, and then vanished, leaves something unfinished. And we are a species that cannot stand loose ends. We pull at them again and again, even if the fabric unravels in our hands. Atlantis is not just a place we seek, it is a structure we need. The bones of a question we were never ready to answer. In every culture that carries a flood myth, a tale of punishment or cleansing or loss, the ocean plays both destroyer and witness. It erases and preserves. It devours and cradles. We like to imagine that time moves in a straight line, that once something is gone, it stays gone. But the sea teaches otherwise. What sinks does not disappear. It changes form. It waits. The idea that something as grand as Atlantis could still be out there, just beneath the shifting skin of the sea, is less improbable than it is poetic. And perhaps the poetry is the point. Plato's account of Atlantis did not read like fantasy. It read like memory shaped into metaphor, like a survivor's tale retold by someone who couldn't separate warning from worship. He gave us the geography, the structure, the laws, even the decadence that spelled its undoing. But most of all, he gave us its ending, sudden, violent, complete. There was no slow decay, no migration, no trace left on the surface, only a roar, a quake, and then the water closed over it like a secret too dangerous to speak. That kind of ending leaves a scar, even when told as philosophy. We don't know what Atlantis looked like, but we build it anyway. In books, in film, in our minds, it is round, glowing, adorned with crystal and light. It is clean, balanced, wise, or it is dark, complex, burdened with technology it couldn't control. We shape it in our image, either who we are, or who we wish we had been. In this way, Atlantis becomes a myth of identity, not about the past, but about the future, what we long for, what we fear becoming. It is not about whether Atlantis existed, it is about whether we will end the same way. Across the world, from the continental shelf off India's coast to the depths off the Cuban shoreline, strange structures have appeared on sonar, not ships, not caves, but formations, right angles, repeating patterns, rows of stones laid as if by hand. Researchers argue, governments stay silent, explorers offer grainy images of walls and stairs, then vanish into the next current, and each time the myth stirs, not because we are closer to finding Atlantis, but because the world keeps showing us we do not know what sleeps beneath our own feet. The Atlantic is young, geologically speaking. It split continents. It holds ancient scars. If a city ever rested on a ridge or a plateau, and if tectonic shifts dragged it downward, the evidence would not be obvious. It would not be clean. It would break and bury and scatter. It would confuse us. It already does. We find artifacts where we should not find them, roads where no roads should be, cultures separated by oceans who share stories too similar to ignore. Maybe it's coincidence. Maybe it's the ocean's long memory finding ways to resurface. And maybe Atlantis is already found, just in pieces. In the human mind, no story ever stays still. Atlantis today is not the same Atlantis Plato described. It has absorbed our hopes, our fears, our losses. It has become a reflection of what we think lies just outside our reach. Every generation that picks up the tale adds another layer, another street, another spire, another reason to search. And the deeper the sea is mapped, the more determined we become. Not because we expect to find Atlantis intact, gleaming in some impossible trench, but because it feels like a piece of something we once had. And once we had it, we forgot. And once we forgot, we dreamed. The idea of forgetting is what makes Atlantis so haunting. We fear loss, but more than loss, we fear erasure. The idea that a people could build something extraordinary and be forgotten completely, that they could disappear with no witnesses, no songs, no graves, that even their language could dissolve in salt and silence. Atlantis offers that terror. It says even greatness can drown, and no one might remember, but we do remember, in fragments, in stories, in searches, in 1,000 dives and 1,000 questions. And if we never find its walls, its temples, its center of rings, maybe that's because Atlantis was never meant to be one place. Maybe it is all the cities we lost, all the knowledge we buried, all the warnings we ignored. Atlantis is the ache of absence, the shape we press into the sea, hoping it presses something back. And when we stare into deep water, and the light doesn't reach, and the bottom vanishes, we feel it, that familiar echo, that unshaped name, waiting, just beyond the veil. And yet, even as we chase its outline, Atlantis slips from our grasp, not because it hides, but because it transforms. The deeper we search, the more we realize the myth is not fixed. It grows alongside us. In the 20th century, it became a story of lost technology, of forgotten science and secrets buried in crystal grids. In earlier centuries, it was a moral tale, a warning against imperial arrogance. Today it pulses with echoes of climate fear, of rising tides and fragile foundations. We read ourselves into its bones, project our anxieties onto its walls, and in doing so, we keep it alive. It becomes a cipher for everything we're afraid to lose, and everything we secretly know we might. Some argue Atlantis was never meant to be found because it never left us, that it is not a sunken city, but a recurring truth, one that returns every time we look at our own achievements and ask whether we have built on rock or sand. Its story rises again in each civilization that begins to forget how it arrived at its height. It is a ghost in every archive, a silence behind every vanished map, a weight in the water where names used to be. And when we search for it, we are not looking for ruins. We are looking for reassurance, that we are not next, that what we have built will not vanish with the same kind of whisper. So we listen, deeper each time, not to the ocean, but to the silence beneath it. Because if Atlantis does still exist, it is not just waiting to be found, it is waiting to be understood. Atlantis does not live in the sea, it lives in the mind, in that quiet place between doubt and desire, where stories root themselves not in evidence, but in the hunger for something more ancient, more mysterious, more meaningful. It is the story we return to when we need to believe the past was grander than we are allowed to remember, when we look around at the structures we build, the systems we trust, the thin scaffolding that holds up our daily lives, and feel the tremble of something unspoken beneath it all, the sense that nothing we create is ever immune to the deep, that the sea is patient. That history repeats not with thunder, but with water. There's a haunting unity in how the myth of Atlantis crosses borders. Cultures separated by oceans and centuries still speak of cities lost to the flood, of divine punishment, of warnings unheeded. The symmetry is too strong to ignore. The Hopi remember a previous world washed away by endless rain. The Dogon tell of knowledge delivered by beings from a sunken star. The Tamil sang of Kumari Kandam, an ancient land beneath the Indian Ocean. These are not copies of Plato's myth. These are older. They come from the bones of the earth, passed mouth to mouth long before ink met parchment. Atlantis is just the name that stuck, but the story, it was always there, and still we dive. We search the ridges, the trenches, the continental shelves. We scan satellite images for patterns in the deep. We debate each discovery, each rock formation that seems just a little too clean, too sharp, too deliberate. Maybe we're chasing ghosts. Maybe we're chasing ourselves, but something in us needs to keep chasing. The ocean offers no final answers, only glimpses, like breath on glass. You can press your face to it, but it fades before you can name it. Perhaps that is Atlantis's greatest truth. It was never meant to be found, not as ruins, not as proof, not even as place. Atlantis was the moment of realization, the flicker in the mirror that reminds us we are not the first, and will not be the last, that what we build, no matter how brilliant, exists only by permission of the elements. The ocean is not cruel, It is not kind. It simply is. It does not judge what it buries. It does not mourn what it holds. The tale endures because it speaks to our deepest fear, that we too might be forgotten, that everything will be taken, and that no one will know it was ever here. But Atlantis whispers that forgetting is not the same as erasure, that somewhere in the deep, in that ancient slow breath of the sea, something remains, a trace, a shape, a question, the outlines of a world not gone but submerged, not dead, but dreaming. We will always search for Atlantis, not because we believe we will find it intact, shining, waiting for us, but because it calls to something older than reason, a pull that says you are not the beginning, a hush that says the water remembers, a truth that says even in ruin there is beauty, even in loss there is story, even beneath the sea, something watches. And so we close this chapter not with a discovery, but with a silence that listens, a silence that waits, because Atlantis is not done with us, not yet. And so we close this chapter not with a discovery, but with a silence that listens, a silence that waits, because Atlantis is not done with us, not yet. There is something timeless in that silence. It doesn't scream to be heard, it simply lingers, like a scent you can't quite place, or a name you almost remember. We think of silence as empty, but the kind that hangs over the myth of Atlantis is full of expectation, of wonder, of unresolved thought. It invites us to lean in closer, to strain our ears against the hush, and ask again, what else lies beneath? Not just beneath the sea, but beneath our assumptions, our arrogance, our certainty that we've reached the peak of all there is to know. It's in this space that Atlantis becomes more than myth. It becomes medicine, a reminder that forgetting is not always a curse, that the lost sometimes stay lost for a reason, not to be reclaimed, but to be felt. Atlantis has not been preserved in stone or scroll because it wasn't meant to be. It lives instead in the currents of our own curiosity, pulsing through generations, shifting shape as we shift context. Every civilization imagines it differently, and in doing so reveals something of itself. What you believe Atlantis to be says more about your present than your past. Perhaps the real danger is not that Atlantis was lost, but that we insist on finding it with instruments designed only for measurement. Perhaps it cannot be mapped, because it was never about landmass or latitude. Perhaps it exists not as a location, but as a rhythm, a pattern, a hum that only the soul can hear. And maybe we're not meant to uncover its ruins, but to understand why we built it in our dreams, because we do build it. Again and again, in every story of collapse, in every cautionary tale, in every attempt to revitalize what feels too fragile to last. Atlantis is the scaffold we hang our fears on, the echo of our own instability. We look at the waves, at the edges of our coastal cities, and we wonder if we are any different. We wonder if our towers, our lights, our carefully wired world could vanish just as quickly, not with a scream, but with a silence, a tremble, a surrender. And yet Atlantis is not a tale of despair. It is a story of remembrance. It tells us that even in drowning there is legacy, that even what is lost can inspire, that the sea, though it takes, also holds. And in that holding, in that slow drift of sediment over shattered stone, there is care, there is keeping, there is the possibility that one day someone will look down into the deep and understand, not just what Atlantis was, but what it meant. So we do not bury it, we carry it. In language, in ritual, in imagination, in the quiet places between science and story. Atlantis is not done with us, because we are not done needing it. The myth lives because we live through it, bending its meaning to reflect our own precarious brilliance. As long as we build cities on coasts, as long as we build monuments to our own endurance, Atlantis will hover just beneath the surface, reminding us that all things beautiful are also temporary, that the sea watches, that the sea remembers. And so as the waves stretch out and the light fades beneath the surface, we leave this city not with closure but with continuity. Atlantis sinks again, not beneath the sea this time, but beneath the next idea, the next theory, the next search. And we follow, because something in us refuses to let it sleep. Something in us still hears it breathing. Beneath the ocean's endless surface, before sonar and satellites, before even the first ships carved their way into unknown tides, there may have stood a city unlike any other, a city of rings and light, of stone glistening with metal no one has ever seen since, of towers that rose in spirals from the sea itself. It is not just a story, though for many that's all it has become. Atlantis was not whispered into the world by a traveler, or drawn from folklore like so many other ruins lost to water. It appeared in philosophy, in writing, in record. Plato did not say he imagined it. He claimed he remembered it. He described a civilization of immense wealth, beauty, and order, a city of concentric rings, 2 of land, 3 of sea, carefully engineered, perfectly symmetrical, and shining with orichalcum, a legendary metal that sparkled like fire. There were temples dedicated to Poseidon, whose sons had ruled the land. Bridges connected each circle of the city, aqueducts brought water from the mountains, and vast docks welcomed ships from across the known world. But what fascinated most was not the grandeur, it was the fall. Atlantis fell. Plato wrote, "In a single day and night, the earth shook, the sea rose, and the city was consumed. No battle, no slow decay. One moment it was alive, the next it was gone. A punishment, perhaps for its arrogance, a divine correction. Or maybe, as some have wondered, a memory passed down through firelight and salt air, echoing a real disaster, the kind that leaves no time to record, only to survive." Historians have long debated whether Plato's story was fact or parable, but the questions refuse to sink. Why offer such vivid details, geographical, architectural, political? If the tale were meant as mere metaphor, why describe its fall as history, not fantasy? Why mention the Pillars of Heracleion, a real place, and position Atlantis just beyond it? The lines between myth and memory blur in the telling, and in that blur something deeper stirs. Some believe Atlantis was inspired by the Minoan eruption, the catastrophic destruction of the island of Thera, modern-day Santorini, over 3,000 years ago. A blast so violent it collapsed the center of the island into the sea, likely unleashing tsunamis that swallowed entire coastlines. The Minoans, an advanced and sophisticated people with complex palaces, art and trade, vanished not long after. The timeline fits. The geography nearly fits. The silence that followed certainly fits. Others have looked west, to the Azores, to the mid-Atlantic ridge, to strange formations caught by sonar and unexplained shelf collapses that resemble sunken structures. Some even claim to have seen roads, walls, geometric patterns far below the surface. But the ocean is an expert in disguise. It covers its secrets with sediment and silence, turning ruins into reefs, pillars into jagged stone, certainty into speculation. What keeps Atlantis alive is not proof, it is absence. An emptiness so profound that people have filled it for centuries with hope, obsession, fantasy, and fear. To some, Atlantis was a utopia of wisdom and peace. To others, a technological marvel destroyed by its own pride. And to many it is simply a symbol, a reminder that nothing, no matter how advanced, is safe from the turning tide. But what if something did survive? A fragment, a ruin, a line of stone on the ocean floor that once held the weight of a civilization. Plato may have written what he heard, but what he heard might have come from something older, an oral tradition carried across generations, a real catastrophe remembered in echoes. The sea has taken more than one city in its time. It has erased entire coasts, redrawn borders, rewritten memory with wave and silt. Perhaps Atlantis was not the only one. Perhaps it was just the name that endured, and that is why we begin here, with the myth that became more than myth. With the story that never stops resurfacing. Atlantis is not just a mystery, it is a mirror. A reflection of our need to believe that greatness can vanish and still be remembered, that something lost can still be longed for, that beneath the sea, beneath the centuries, something ancient still waits. Not a city, perhaps, but a truth. And yet even truths, when submerged in time, begin to shift. The further we drift from the origins of the tale, the more it bends under the weight of interpretation. Atlantis becomes whatever we need it to be. To the idealist it is a golden age, a time when mankind lived in harmony with nature and spirit. To the scientist, it is a geological question, an ancient landmass torn apart by seismic violence. To the spiritualist, it is a cradle of lost knowledge, a place where the wisdom of the stars was once kept safe until we were ready to find it again. The sea has no urgency. It does not yield its secrets all at once. It reveals in fragments, half-buried pillars, scattered coins, unusual symmetry beneath layers of sand. And in those fragments, the imagination blooms. We begin to stitch shapes into meaning, ruins into architecture, myths into memory. And once again, Atlantis rises, not from the seabed, but from the mind. That is its strange power. It survives not through discovery, but through longing. Modern tools have taken the search deeper. Satellites trace the contours of submerged valleys. Submersibles crawl across the ocean floor, dragging cameras and lights through eternal twilight. Still, there are places we cannot reach, trenches that have never been seen. Ancient coastlines now hundreds of meters beneath the sea. If Atlantis lies in one of them, it may never emerge whole, only in pieces, dreamlike, half-real. Some believe the name Atlantis itself was never meant to be a single place, but a container, a vessel to hold all the world's memories of what was lost when the seas rose. Across cultures, across continents, the stories echo each other. Floods that consumed entire nations, islands swallowed by angry gods, cities that fell into the deep after breaking some divine rule. The Sumerians had Eridu, the Hindus had Dwarka. The Maya spoke of cities devoured by the ocean. These are not coincidences, they are symptoms of a wound in the human story, reopened each time we peer beneath the waves and find traces of the forgotten. And still the world listens. Documentaries revisit the myth, divers plunge into uncharted depths, authors reimagine its rise and fall. Even now, with all our tools, all our skepticism, we still ask, what if it was real? What if the sea really did take something we were never meant to lose? To stand at the edge of the ocean is to stand at the edge of the unknowable. The horizon seems stable, but beneath it, everything moves. Continents shift, volcanoes breathe, currents pull against ancient stone. The surface lies, it tells us that the world is still, but the deep remembers differently. That is why Atlantis endures, because it was never just about a city, it was about what the sea could take, what it already has, what it may one day take again. So we begin our descent not into myth, but into memory, not into fiction, but into what might have been. Atlantis is our threshold, and beyond it, the sea opens wide, waiting, watching, and never forgetting. It is easy to forget how little we know of the ocean. We stand on the shore and speak of the sea as if it belongs to us, as if its tides are just the rhythm of our holidays and its winds an inconvenience to our sails. But beneath that surface is a vast and ancient archive, deeper than memory, older than language, holding not just life but the bones of civilizations we have forgotten how to see. Atlantis is not singular in this way. It is not unique because it was lost. It is unique because it was spoken of so clearly, so vividly, and so long ago, by a man who did not ask to be believed, but who wrote with the certainty of someone transcribing, not inventing. Plato gave us its architecture, its laws, its geography, its downfall, not in symbols, but in measurements. And still, we dismissed it as fiction, not because it was too strange, but because it was too detailed. The more we uncovered, the more the silence became suspicious. Submerged structures across the world, often dismissed as natural formations, carry the marks of angles and alignments that speak a different language. Stone terraces off the coast of Japan, mysterious roads off Bimini in the Bahamas, drowned ruins in the Gulf of Cambay, all of them suggest a shared story, one told by stone and water rather than ink. But our reluctance to accept that civilizations might have existed long before our timelines allow us to believe, has kept these fragments scattered and their voices muffled. Atlantis is not just a myth, it is a challenge, a confrontation with our need to control the past rather than listen to it. In recent decades, interest in the myth has only deepened. The mythologists, the archaeologists, the oceanographers, the mystics, all move in different circles, but they orbit the same question. What if the sea did take something we were never meant to forget? And if so, how would we ever find it again? Because the ocean does not give back easily. It breaks things apart, it scatters, it drapes them in algae, drags them into trenches, lifts them with currents, then buries them again with silt and time. It keeps secrets not by locking them away, but by letting them dissolve into everything else. That's what makes the search for Atlantis feel more like prayer than science, a kind of wandering faith. Divers descend with hope rather than proof. Sonar pulses into the abyss, not expecting answers, only patterns, and when those patterns come, grids, formations, unnatural lines, the questions resurface again, cold and familiar. Could this be it? Could this be a doorway, a plaza, a street? Could this shape once have held light? There is no certainty, but there is always suggestion, and in the absence of certainty, stories return to us like driftwood, soft at the edges, stained with salt, carrying the faint smell of something that once lived. Atlantis has survived because it taps into something that lies beneath every empire, every monument, every city we build. The knowledge that we are not permanent, that even the grandest among us can disappear, not with a war or a fire or a scream, but with silence, with the slow, unstoppable hush of water. What Plato gave us may have been more than memory. It may have been a warning, not about divine punishment, but about balance, about the moment when ambition tips into excess, when brilliance becomes arrogance, when power forgets its foundation. Atlantis was advanced, he said, far beyond the people of his time, but it was not destroyed by its brilliance. It was destroyed by its belief that brilliance would protect it, and so the city fell. There's a reason we tell that story over and over, in different forms, in different cultures. Flood myths run like fault lines through human history. The Epic of Gilgamesh, the Tale of Noah, the lost lands of Mo and Lemuria, the drowned cities in Hindu texts, all speak of waters rising, of civilizations vanishing, of knowledge lost beneath the surface. Maybe these stories all come from different places. Maybe they all come from the same place, cracked and scattered by time, like the walls of a broken city. Either way, Atlantis becomes the vessel for them all, and still we descend. Still we listen for the whisper of stone under wave. Still we send machines to the bottom, and draw maps of emptiness. Still we wonder what might be waiting below the next layer of sand, because it isn't just about discovery, it's about connection, about reaching for a piece of the world that existed before we thought the world began. The ocean remembers, that is its nature, and what it remembers, it holds, not for us, not for any reason we might understand, but simply because that is what the sea does. It is not cruel, it is not kind, it is only endless, and within that endlessness, Atlantis may still rest, not as a city of perfect rings, not as a place of orichalcum and ivory, not as a utopia or a warning, but as something simpler, something quieter, a foundation stone, a shadow, a question, and sometimes that's all a story needs to stay alive, because even a shadow, if cast long enough, begins to shape the path ahead. Atlantis has become that shadow. It threads itself through the cracks of our curiosity, through the questions we no longer dare to ask aloud. Could we have forgotten more than we remember? Could there be entire chapters of our species rise, buried not by fiction or flame, but by the simple shifting of water and earth? The ocean does not erase like fire does. It does not destroy through rage. It dissolves gently, slowly, pulling corners away, softening edges, scattering foundations into puzzle pieces too fragile to lift. And in this scattering, it does something even more powerful. It keeps the whole just out of reach. Every attempt to locate Atlantis becomes a meditation on loss, the kind of loss that doesn't weep, but lingers in the silence of unformed answers. Divers train for years only to descend into darkness and find sand. Teams launch sonar drones, interpret data, raise hope, and then encounter only the ordinary. No marble, no carved stone, no stairway, no altar, just the floor of the sea, endless and unknowable, blank as an unopened book. But it is in that blankness that the myth breathes best. Atlantis does not live in confirmation, it lives in tension. It is not the discovery we long for, it is the longing itself. In the end, whether it existed or not, may be beside the point, because its greatest power lies not in what it was, but in what it continues to be. An invitation to remember that we have always built too close to the tide, that we too are made of cities and mistakes, that somewhere out there past the sonar range and the drop-off ledges, beneath the cold weight of ages, something once proud may still sleep beneath the waves. And even if we never find it, that doesn't mean we haven't been changed by the search. There are cities that vanish from memory and leave only words, and then there are cities that vanish into the sea and leave behind stone, cold, heavy, unmoved for centuries. Heracleion was once a name passed through mouths like dust, mentioned in passing by Herodotus, whispered in crumbling Greek records, half believed, half dismissed. A city that was said to have stood at the mouth of the Nile, welcoming all who entered Egypt from the sea. Before Alexandria rose, before the lighthouse cast its beam across the blue, there was Heracleion, a port of gods and gold, of priests and tide, where power was not merely political, but divine, where the sea was both a pathway and a witness. For nearly 2,000 years it was gone, not just lost, erased, no ruins on land, no written chronicles beyond vague references. The name persisted, like a dream remembered upon waking, unsteady, unconfirmed, floating somewhere between truth and invention. Some said it had never existed at all, that it was a mistake, a duplicate, a myth. Others claimed it had been swallowed in a single disaster, broken, and dragged into the bay by a jealous river. And yet it held something in its absence. A weight, the kind of silence that doesn't come from forgetting, but from something deliberately buried. Then in the year 2000, divers descended into the waters of Abu Qir Bay, just off the coast of modern Alexandria. They weren't searching for Heracleion, they were tracing another legend, another rumor lost in translation. But the sonar scanned strange shapes, geometric, deliberate. The first diver touched a block of stone beneath layers of silk-like silt, and it did not move. And in that moment, the dream opened its eyes. Heracleion was real, and it had been waiting. The city did not return in one piece. It emerged slowly, like something exhaling from a long sleep. Colossal statues, toppled yet unbroken, rose from the sand, a stele over 5 feet tall, perfectly inscribed, bearing the name Thonis Heracleion, the dual title, native and Greek, spoken side by side. Dozens of anchors from ships long decayed, sphinxes buried in seagrass, foundations of temples, shards of gold-leafed wood, pottery from across the ancient world, and coins by the thousands, marked with faces of rulers lost to time, their currencies scattered like offerings beneath the tide. The seabed held streets, real ones, not imagined, not shaped by nature, but carved and gridded, etched with the design of men who had lived and died long before we learned to breathe beneath water. There were docks, ceremonial basins, stone platforms aligned with the stars, the remnants of a culture that had once ruled the waves, welcoming ships from every coast, their sails full with trade, their hulls deep with offerings for the gods of Egypt. Heracleion was not a city in the modern sense. It was a threshold, a liminal place. It stood at the edge of the known world, where salt met river and fresh met foreign. Every ship that entered Egypt's watery borders passed through its gaze. Before they could step onto Egyptian soil, they bowed to Heracleion. Taxes were paid here, customs inspected, decrees issued. Pilgrims disembarked to worship at temples raised in Poseidon's name, and Egypt's oldest deities. Merchants and mystics brushed shoulders beneath arches that no longer rise above ground, but rest instead beneath 6 meters of green-blue silence. What destroyed it is still debated. The ground beneath Heracleion was soft, silt, sand, clay, all resting on submerged fault lines. Over time, the weight of its temples and palaces weakened the earth. Tectonic shifts whispered through the foundation, a flood, an earthquake, a slow surrender. It didn't vanish overnight, but it vanished entirely. The sea did not roar, it only opened, and the city, without protest, sank into the arms of the water it had always embraced. For centuries afterward, ships sailed above it unaware. Fish darted through broken walls, coral grew in the eyes of kings. Time passed, as it always does, carving new stories over old ones. But Heracleion did not resist. It did not decay. It settled, intact in its death, preserved not by intention, but by the stillness of the sea. To walk through it now, if you could, is to step into a world suspended. Divers described the sensation as dreamlike. You do not swim over ruins, you move through them. Hallways still aligned, statues still upright, blocks of carved stone still bearing names spoken by people who last breathed over a millennium ago. The colors are muted by salt, the sound smothered by the deep, but the scale, the presence remains. It does not feel like visiting the past. It feels like interrupting it. What Heracleion shows us is not just that cities can vanish. We already knew that. It shows us how easily we forget, how thin the veil is between civilization and silence. Here was a city, as powerful as any of its time, filled with wealth, with faith, with ceremony and commerce, and yet it disappeared so thoroughly that even its name was nearly lost, not through violence, not through invasion, but through water, through time, through the quiet collapse of a foundation too soft to hold its weight. And yet it was remembered, barely just enough for someone, someday to keep looking. That is how we recover what the sea keeps, not with certainty, not with haste, but with patience, with a willingness to listen to the faintest whisper of what once stood tall. Heracleion did not announce itself when it was found. It waited to be noticed. It allowed its name to rise slowly, syllable by syllable, through mud and myth, until it returned to light, not in defiance, but in grace. And in that grace, we remembered something else too, that what is buried is not always lost. Sometimes it is simply resting, waiting for the tide to turn. In the quiet corridors beneath the bay, there are no footsteps, only current, only the gentle sway of sediment brushing over stone thresholds where once sandals scuffed and voices echoed in reverence. Here, the silence is not absence, it is memory, the kind of memory that doesn't speak in words but in atmosphere. A basin lined with offerings, a shattered lintel carved with images of gods now softened by centuries of water, a statue's outstretched hand, fingers worn smooth by time, still reaching upward. These remnants do not announce themselves. They wait, half buried, half revealed, like dreams returning at the edge of sleep. To the ancient Egyptians, water was never just water, it was chaos and renewal. It was destruction and rebirth. The Nile itself was sacred not because it was calm but because it was powerful, because it gave and it took in equal measure. Heracleion, built where the river meets the Mediterranean, stood in reverence to that balance. It was not a city built to defy nature, but to exist within its rhythm, and yet even that reverence did not spare it. The city that once greeted gods and kings could not hold itself together when the ground began to move beneath it. There are theories. Seismic liquefaction, where once solid earth becomes fluid beneath the weight of stone, gradual sea level rise, inch by inch, year by year, until streets became canals and temples became islands. A storm surge perhaps, one terrible night where the sea came higher than it ever had before, and the foundation, already weakened by centuries of compromise, gave way. Or maybe it was a process too slow for any one generation to notice, a slow sinking masked by adaptation, until one day the streets were gone and the tide had taken more than it returned. The rediscovery of Heracleion has not been a single moment. It has been a sequence of breaths held and released, each new artifact recovered like a syllable spoken after centuries of silence. The archaeologists move carefully, not just because of the fragility of what lies below, but because of what it represents. Heracleion is not a dig, it is a conversation between the living and the long vanished, between stone and water, between certainty and the mysteries that still ripple beneath the sand. Some of what has been recovered is deeply ordinary, weights and measures, clay jars, tools used by people who never imagined their hands would be forgotten, and some is grand, statues over 16 feet tall, inscribed tablets of lore and language, ceremonial ships still lined with gold leaf. These pieces rest side by side because the city did not fall in pieces. It fell whole, and so when we find it, we find everything. The sacred beside the domestic, the powerful beside the mundane. A complete life, now viewed through water. Among the most haunting discoveries are the faces, statues of gods and rulers, their expressions unchanged since the day they were carved. Some lie face down, pressed into the seabed, unseeing. Others still stand, half buried, their gazes fixed on nothing and everything. To look at them through a diver's lens is to feel watched, not in fear, but in recognition, as if they remember us, though we have only just returned. Heracleion did not die with flame, it did not fall to invasion, or plague, or sword. It fell the way a body falls asleep, slowly, then all at once. A quiet surrender to weight, to movement, to the laws that even stone cannot escape. And in that surrender, it was preserved. The water that took it also kept it, and in keeping it, gave us something rarer than myth. It gave us proof. The proof does not answer every question. It doesn't explain the rituals whispered beneath moonlit arches. It doesn't decode the meanings layered into the temple alignments or reveal the final prayers spoken before the last wave came. But it offers a frame, it lets us walk the outline, and in that outline, our imagination steps gently across the thresholds of the past. To find Heracleion is to be reminded of the sea's patience, the way it holds its dead, not in graves, but in slow suspension. Nothing is fossilized, everything breathes. Even now the current shifts the silt, exposing new angles, covering others. Each year brings more discoveries. Each excavation uncovers another fragment of a sentence we've only just begun to read. But perhaps the greatest discovery is what Heracleion shows us about fragility. It tells us that even sacred places fall, that a city filled with reverence and ritual, aligned with celestial geometry, built by hands guided by generations of belief, can still sink beneath the tide. That no amount of wisdom can hold back the water, And yet in its falling, there is no failure, there is only a return, to silence, to sea, to story. The city has not ended, it simply moved, from one realm to another, from the world of breath and dust to the world of tide and light. Where it rests now, it tells a new story, not of glory, but of surrender. And in that surrender, there is a beauty deeper than stone, and so we descend, not just to recover, but to listen. Heracleion does not shout. It does not demand. It offers. It waits. Its gates are open, but they do not lead forward. They lead inward, into a stillness that asks us not what we seek, but why we forgot. And the answer, whatever it is, lies beneath. Always beneath. Just where the light begins to break, just where the past turns toward us once more. There is a weight to forgotten things, and Heracleion carries it with grace. The kind of weight not measured in stone or gold, but in questions left unanswered, in lives half revealed, in stories stopped mid-sentence. Beneath the waters of Abukira Bay, the city lies like a memory just below consciousness, present, yet flickering, inviting you closer only to blur when touched. It is not merely a ruin, it is a threshold between visibility and obscurity, between evidence and enigma. What has been uncovered is extraordinary, yes, but what remains hidden is perhaps greater still. Each uncovered wall, each lifted shard, is not a conclusion but an opening. Heracleion doesn't close the book. It lets the pages breathe salt and silence and motion. The temple ruins are the most haunting. They stand in fragments, stone outlines filled with shadow, their once echoing chambers now hollowed by sea. These were the sacred places, where ritual smoke curled upward into the stars and prayers were sung in languages that haven't touched the surface of the world in over 1,000 years. The god Amun was worshipped here, Osiris, Isis, and later, Poseidon, the sea god of the Greek newcomers. The city was a meeting point, not just of trade and politics, but of pantheons. Egyptian and Hellenic iconography, pressed together on the same pillars, papyrus beside laurel, jackal beside dolphin, a sacred blending of cultures whose union is still visible even as their words have long since vanished. One of the most remarkable finds beneath the surface was a ritual boat, its wooden frame somehow intact, preserved in the cold embrace of time. It was small and ceremonial, never meant for long voyages, but carved with care. It had once drifted across sacred pools during the great festivals, carrying symbols of the divine, gliding in silence as onlookers held their breath. Now it rests in sediment, its golden adornments dulled by centuries, its purpose preserved not in function, but in form. It has not moved in over 1,000 years, and yet, somehow, it still travels. Coins found in Heracleion speak with surprising clarity. They tell us who ruled, which economies thrived, how power shifted from one dynasty to another. Ptolemaic, Byzantine, Roman, all layered in the city's veins like rings in an ancient tree. They speak of continuity, of how Heracleion remained relevant even as the political world transformed around it. For a time, it was indispensable. Egypt's lungs breathed through this port, but slowly, as Alexandria grew stronger and the coastline evolved, Heracleion became less vital. Trade routes shifted, waters deepened, what had once been center became periphery, and the city, built atop unstable ground, was left to the mercy of the sea it had once mastered. It's easy to romanticize a drowned city, to imagine it frozen in a perfect moment, immune to decay, preserved in beauty. But Heracleion does not offer fantasy. It offers realism, dressed in reverence. Its ruins are not pristine, they are broken, scattered, softened by age, and yet, that very brokenness feels honest. It reminds us that even sanctity erodes, that even temples fall. What makes Heracleion beautiful is not its survival, it is its surrender, its willingness to fall silently, completely, with no resistance, trusting the sea to hold what the earth could no longer carry. Divers have spoken of the strange calm that descends upon them when they explore the ruins. The way time bends, slows, stretches in the quiet murk. Fish glide past columns once touched by kings. Turtles move through doorways built for rituals. Light filters from the surface in beams that barely reach, casting everything in a soft flickering glow. It is not eerie, they say. It is sacred, a hushed cathedral built not by intention, but by collapse. Even with the technology we possess, most of Heracleion remains unexplored. The bay is large, the silt is thick, the ruins are layered upon each other like breath upon breath. And always there is the risk of disturbing more than we understand, of breaking what the sea has carefully kept whole. Archaeologists tread carefully here, not just because of the fragility of the site, but because of its atmosphere. Heracleion demands a different kind of respect, not as a relic, but as a presence. There's a humility that rises with each new find. Every unearthed statue, every restored wall, every artifact pulled from the silt reminds us of how much we don't know. That our maps are incomplete, that our timelines are stitched from guesswork and fragment. Heracleion doesn't just challenge our understanding of Egypt's coast, it challenges our assumptions about permanence. It asks whether any city, no matter how divine, can resist the shifting hand of the earth. In the end, Heracleion did not vanish in bitterness. It did not scream as it fell, it exhaled, slowly, gently. A sacred city that chose silence over struggle, and in that silence, it became something more enduring than stone or script. It became a story the sea chose to remember. And even now, with cameras, with sonar, with underwater drones and lights and maps, we are still only learning how to listen. There is a moment, descending through the green haze of Abu Kira Bay, when the modern world disappears. The noise of engines fades. The vibration of machines gives way to the steady heartbeat of breath through a regulator, and the light above begins to blur. Below, the water thickens with history. The current slows, as if reluctant to disturb the place you are about to enter. And then, rising from the sand and shadow, a fragment of wall appears, then another, then a statue, tilted on its side, half buried in sediment, its expression undisturbed. You are no longer diving, you are trespassing into time. This is the rhythm of Heracleion, not a city to be viewed from above, but one to be moved through slowly, as though navigating a memory. Its remains are not displayed in order. There is no central plaza, no preserved museum-like layout. The sea has rearranged it, softened its lines, tangled its corridors with silt and seaweed. What you find are glimpses, a column standing alone, a line of stones that once formed a path, the curve of a sculpture now blanketed in coral. Each fragment is a question, each discovery is a pause in breath, and yet despite its silence, Heracleion speaks, not in words or records, but in presence. There is something in the sheer scale of what remains that challenges belief. Statues 2 stories tall, massive temple platforms, entire neighborhoods sunk into the mud, their outlines faint but unmistakable. These were not minor outposts. Heracleion was not a forgotten village, it was a heart. And when it stopped beating, something vital went missing from the rhythm of the Nile. It is hard to say when the city began to vanish. There was no single day, no single storm. The collapse was gradual, like the slow settling of breath in sleep. The earth shifted beneath it, water levels changed, tides crept in, the foundations softened, and still the people remained. They repaired what they could, rebuilt, continued their rituals. But the sea is not patient forever. At some point, the city gave in, and when it did so completely. The streets, the sanctuaries, the courtyards and marketplaces, they all sank together. No exodus, no legend, just surrender. What was left behind remained exactly where it fell. That is the miracle. Unlike ruins plundered over time, stripped bare by conquest or scavenged for stone, Heracleion was protected by its own inaccessibility. The sea became its guardian, not out of mercy, but out of distance. The weight of water kept the city whole, and now, as divers and archaeologists carefully pull back the layers, Heracleion emerges not in pieces, but in chapters, a slow unveiling of a life once lived in ceremony and salt. It changes the way we think about history. So much of what we know comes from what survived on land, temples that were never touched by tide, records etched in stone, and kept dry. But what of the cities that were lost to water? What of the lives lived on the edge of rivers and oceans, swallowed before anyone thought to record their names? Heracleion is one of the rare answers, a reminder that beneath the surface of modernity lies a forgotten architecture, one that shaped the world we know, even if we no longer remember its name. And perhaps that is why the city feels so alive, because it was never fully buried, because the sea, in all its forgetting, also remembers. It presses gently against every broken column. It rocks each statue like a child in sleep. It fills the doorways of temples not with footsteps, but with light that moves like memory. In Heracleion, nothing is silent. Everything is breathing. We do not know how many stories remain below the waves. The excavation continues. Carefully, cautiously, the layers of silt are thick. The currents are unpredictable, but every season brings something new. A tablet, a jewel, a statue's missing limb. Each one a line from a sentence paused 1,000 years ago, and with each recovered word, we rewrite not just the history of Heracleion, but of Egypt itself. We see now that Alexandria did not rise from nothing. It rose from the bones of a drowned city that once held the world's attention, and still, Heracleion offers something deeper, a lesson not just in history, but in humility. We speak often of permanence, of legacy, of empires and kingdoms built to withstand time, but Heracleion reminds us that time is not our servant. It is the sea, slow, patient, relentless. Even the most sacred of places can be taken. Even the most revered of rituals can be forgotten. And yet there is beauty in that forgetting, because it makes the remembering sacred. To visit Heracleion is not to visit a ruin. It is to bear witness, to descend into stillness and hear the echo of prayers spoken in lost dialects, to float through the city's broken veins and feel the pulse that once moved through them, to understand, if only for a moment, that the past is not behind us. It is beneath us, always beneath us, waiting for the moment we slow down enough to notice. And when we do, when we finally listen, we hear what the sea has held for us all this time. Not just stones and statues, but the breath of a civilization that once trusted the water until the water took it home. Heracleion did not fight, it accepted, and in that surrender, it found a new kind of eternity, one not carved in dry stone or ink, but in the movement of tide across memory. So we leave Heracleion not with closure, but with reverence. It has given us a glimpse, a breath, a name that now rings clearer than it did before, and beneath the weight of the sea it continues to wait, silent, steady, whole. The sea near southern Laconia is quiet, not silent but steady, its voice carried more in rhythm than roar, more in sway than surge. The shore is low here, windswept and humble. From the surface there is little to suggest anything ancient lies below. No grand cliffs, no obvious ruins, just water folding gently against sand, and islands sitting pale in the distance like forgotten names. But if you lower your gaze beneath the surface, just 3 meters below, you will find a ghost resting in perfect geometry. Roads that do not wander, foundations that do not mimic nature, a city still shaped by human hands. Pavlopatry is the name given to it now, but the name is new. The city itself has no known voice. Its people left no scrolls, no records, no tombs declaring kings or victories. It was discovered not through legend but through accident, in 1967 by a geologist scanning the seabed for something else entirely. He thought the shapes were natural at first, but the lines were too clean, too precise. And when divers entered the water the following year, what they saw confirmed what had barely been imagined. An entire city, sunken but intact, laid out beneath the waves, streets, courtyards, tombs, rooms divided by walls still strong, after thousands of years. Pavlopatry is the oldest submerged city ever discovered that remains clearly visible and structurally coherent. It is estimated to be over 5,000 years old, dating back to the early Bronze Age and possibly earlier, older than Mycenae, older than Knossos, older perhaps than history as we understand it. It is not merely old, it is foundational. Unlike Heracleion or Atlantis, Pavlopatry was not swallowed by a single cataclysm. There is no record of a quake, no tale of a flood from jealous gods or shifting fault lines. It vanished slowly, gradually, with the rising sea, a sacrifice not to drama but to time itself. Coastal erosion, subtle subsidence, one tide too many, and what was once a home became a mirror to the sky. And yet in that quiet vanishing, it preserved something rare, clarity. The layout of Pavlopatry is startling. This was not a village, it was a planned urban space, with a complex network of streets, separate housing blocks, public spaces, and even what appears to be a central square. There are stone-cut tombs, suggesting not only burial practices, but a structured society that marked death with care. The city spans nearly 9 acres, more than just a scattering of buildings. It was designed, arranged, considered. It had a logic, a rhythm, a purpose now buried beneath the ebb and flow of the sea. And what is most haunting is how familiar it all feels. The scale of the rooms, the shape of the paths, the way one chamber leads to another, doorways wide enough for 2 people to pass side by side. It does not feel foreign, It feels lived in, like a place still waiting for its owners to return, as if the tide has merely borrowed it, not claimed it, as if any moment now, the doors might open, and someone might step into the sun. Archaeologists have studied Pavlopatry with reverence and caution, because the structures lie so close to the surface. They are fragile, exposed not just to time, but to weather, to waves, to curious divers who may not understand what they're standing on. And yet this proximity also allows for a kind of intimacy rarely found in submerged ruins. You don't need to descend into deep water or rely solely on machines. You can swim through it. You can drift along the city's forgotten roads, following the same paths someone walked 5 millennia ago, when the world was young and the sky held fewer names. What makes Pavlopatry unique is not just its age or its preservation, it is its silence. A silence not of absence, but of restraint. There are no monuments here, no towering statues, no sprawling palaces meant to intimidate or awe. This was not a city of kings. It was a city of people, ordinary, extraordinary people, craftsmen, farmers, sailors, families who cooked, slept, argued, prayed, who lived close to the sea, not as rulers of it, but as companions. The city bears witness not to conquest, but to continuity. And it is in that ordinariness that something profound arises, because it reminds us that even the most routine lives leave behind patterns, that the structure of community, of shared space, of built intention, survives even after names are lost. We may never know what they called this city, but we know they built it with care. We know they walked these streets. We know they shaped a world out of stone and sea, and for a time, it held. Now the fish move through the doorways. The sand drifts over the floors. The water above casts ripples of light across walls that once heard laughter. Pavlopatry is no longer inhabited, but it is not empty. It is full of trace, of breath held just beneath the surface, of questions that arrive not as riddles, but as reflections. We do not know what stories were told here. We do not know what prayers were offered, what promises were made, but we know this: they were real, they mattered, and though the water came, the shape of their world remains, etched in stone, whispered by current, waiting for the next tide to carry the past just a little closer to our understanding. And the tide is patient. It does not rush. It does not demand recognition. It moves softly over the stones, brushing centuries into sleep, then waking them again beneath the feet of divers or the gaze of satellites tracing faint outlines beneath the shallows. Pavlopatry has waited like this for thousands of years, unclaimed, undisturbed, unnamed. It has no legends attached to it, no grand myths, and that absence makes it somehow more human. There were no gods here demanding shrines, no kings immortalized in monument, only people. People who built their world with hands and hope, people who laid stones with the knowledge that one day others would walk upon them. And now, we are those others, but we do not walk, we drift, suspended just above the seabed, moving where they once stood, glimpsing shadows of a world that lived without fanfare. The city was not erased by conquest, it was surrendered to tide. And that surrender feels almost intentional, as if the people who lived there had made peace with the sea, knowing that what they built was never meant to last forever in air, but perhaps it could last in water. The structures speak in quiet lines. The walls are not thick, the rooms are not grand, and yet they hold. After all these years they hold, against wave, against storm, against time itself. That is not strength, that is grace. The kind of strength that endures by yielding, that disappears without vanishing, that becomes something else without forgetting what it was. The sand doesn't just cover Pavlopatry, it remembers it. It curls into its corners, fills its jars, rests gently in its streets, as if taking on the role of the people who once swept them clean. The sea has become caretaker, not destroyer, guardian. And in this unlikely arrangement, the city has lasted. Not because it was built to defy nature, but because it was built in harmony with it. That harmony is what we rediscover. Not the grandeur of empires, but the balance of lives once lived in rhythm with the water. And so we return, not to visit ruins, but to remember rhythms, not to reclaim history, but to feel its breath just below the surface. Pavlopatry does not ask to be known. It simply waits to be felt. It is difficult to say what first strikes you when you see Pavlopatry. Not with the eye, but with the mind. Perhaps it's the sharpness of the grid, the unnatural regularity that stands out from the chaos of the seabed. Or perhaps it's the scale, modest but unmistakably deliberate, revealing the mark of a people who valued placement, proportion, purpose. Yet most of all, it may be the simplicity. There is no ostentation here, no towers competing with sky, no colonnades meant to impress posterity, only homes, aligned like open palms around shared paths, each one facing the sea like it was a neighbor. We often think of ancient life as crude or primitive, but Pavlo Petri erases that illusion. Its people knew architecture, balance, ritual. They carved cisterns for storing rainwater. They built stone channels to carry runoff. They constructed homes with multiple rooms, open courtyards, and even porches that overlooked a harbor now filled with light and drifting sand. They had order, not imposed by kings, but by life itself. The kind of order that comes from coexisting with the elements, from knowing the sea not just as a backdrop, but as a pulse. Along the sunken avenues, remnants of pottery still lie where hands once set them down. Mycenaean, Minoan, Cycladic. The fragments tell of trade, of exchange, of culture passed through open hands across water. This was no isolated hamlet. Pavlo Petri was connected, through goods, through symbols, through stories carved into the handles of jugs and painted into the curves of bowls. Here the economy was not ruled by conquest, but by current, and the sea brought more than salt and fish. It brought news, ideas, visitors whose names are long gone, but whose footsteps still linger beneath the waves. Divers who glide above the ruins speak of a strange emotion, not fear, not awe, but recognition, as if what lies below is not ancient, but familiar. As if somewhere, deep in the psyche we remember, the layout of the streets, the width of the thresholds, the spacing between walls, all of it feels uncannily right. There is a logic to it that transcends time, and that logic reaches up from the seabed, pulling us into the kind of empathy only possible when architecture meets memory. One building, believed to be a workshop, still shows signs of its purpose: storage spaces, hearths, tools left behind, now encrusted with minerals and time. A place where fabric might have been dyed, or pots fired, or goods prepared for market. Not a temple, not a palace. Just a space where hands worked. The presence of work is its own kind of monument, not to power, but to living, to crafting something small and useful, something everyday, something that mattered. Outside the main cluster of houses lies a graveyard, dozens of tombs cut into limestone, some with lids still intact. The graves tell us this was not just a place people lived, but a place they died, a place they chose to bury their dead. That matters. People don't bury the ones they love in passing places. They bury them in homes, in places worth returning to. The tombs, like the city, are modest, but their placement near the heart of life speaks volumes. Here death was not hidden. It was included, and perhaps that is part of the city's lasting peace. It does not resist time. It acknowledges it. It was built not in denial of loss, but in full view of it. The erosion that eventually took Pavlo Petri did not erase it entirely because the city had already made peace with its own impermanence. The walls were not meant to last forever, only long enough to hold the lives within, and now, held by the sea, they last longer than anyone might have hoped. The preservation of Pavlo Petri is not only archaeological, it is emotional. It reminds us of the thousands of cities that have vanished without record. The ones built with equal care and love, now lost to deserts, forests, floods. Pavlo Petri remains not because it was more worthy, but because the sea, in a twist of mercy, held it close. Its waters were just deep enough to cover, just calm enough to protect, and so it endured, not loud, not proud, but whole. Technology has allowed us to scan and map the city in unprecedented detail. With 3D imaging, digital reconstructions have been made. We can now walk its streets virtually, hover over rooftops, follow its alleys from the comfort of a screen. But even in the pixel and projection, something vital is lost. The hum, the silence, the current brushing over stone. No simulation can replicate the feeling of water holding the weight of a forgotten world. And so, though we map, though we measure, Pavlo Petri continues to elude us in one essential way. It does not explain itself. It offers shape, but not narrative. It holds us at the threshold, inviting reflection rather than resolution. We can name its rooms, we can date its foundations, but we cannot speak for the people who lived there. All we can do is listen to the space, to the flow, to the strange stillness that lingers where laughter once echoed and sandals scraped along smooth stone. Pavlo-Petri is not finished. It continues to move, not in structure, but in meaning. It changes those who see it. It softens certainty. It quiets the impulse to dominate the past with theory. Instead, it whispers the power of humility, of presence, of remembering not through grand epics, but through the quiet resilience of a city that never asked to be found, and yet remains. They say the sea forgets, that the tide washes away history with indifference, dragging whole empires into silence. But Pavlo-Petri is proof that some memories are too carefully made, too deeply woven into the fabric of place, to ever vanish completely. It didn't survive because it was mighty. It survived because it was gentle. There's no arrogance carved into its stones, no declaration of immortality, just quiet utility. A city that knew its scale, that fit itself humbly against the shoreline like a palm cut to catch the rain. It is the unpretentiousness of Pavlo-Petri that gives it power. While other ruins tell tales of conquest and collapse, of dynasties broken and kings dethroned, this one tells us about family, about food passed across doorways, about children chasing each other through dust and shadow, about fishermen tracing the same paths to the water each morning, eyes half closed from sleep, hearts attuned to the sea's breath. You do not need to imagine war here, only routine, and in that, a kind of holiness. The buildings were not designed to intimidate, but to last just long enough to shelter breath. Their thresholds are still visible, sometimes buried in seagrass, sometimes clear like fossilized intentions. Archaeologists believe that some of the larger homes had 2 stories, wooden floors now gone, but the supporting sockets in the stone still there, still waiting. Imagine the sound of footsteps above, the murmured voices echoing down into the courtyard. The way light must have spilled in through upper windows, hitting walls painted with colors we'll never fully recover. And what of the harbor? The way it must have glistened at dusk, with sails returning from nearby islands, hulls heavy with trade and tide. The city was positioned perfectly, protected from the harshest winds close enough to deeper waters to remain useful. The very name Pavlo-Petri today holds no tie to its original identity. The people who built it left no flag, no crest, but the water remembers the pattern of their arrival and departure. The sea still holds the rhythm of their comings and goings, like breath pulled between shore and distance. Excavation has revealed stone-lined channels running through the streets, gutters, possibly even rudimentary drainage. It suggests a relationship with water that was not just one of survival, but of management. The people understood the flow of rain, the pressure of runoff, the needs of a living city. This was not improvisation. It was knowledge, practical, lived-in intelligence. It takes a certain kind of awareness to build for a world that shifts so constantly beneath your feet, and that awareness shows in their artifacts. The pottery, detailed and balanced, suggests a people who loved beauty not for extravagance but for balance. The urns are symmetrical, the amphorae, often small, are delicately painted. Patterns repeat. Spirals, waves, crosshatches, all motifs tied to rhythm and recurrence. They may not have known the written word, but they spoke in shape, in motion. In the way a curved line can say, "We were here." Sometimes what's most haunting is what we don't find. No massive temples, no stone inscriptions, no great statues meant to last millennia. And yet the city has, because its survival was not secured by stone alone, it was secured by intention. The people who built Pavlo-Petri built it to live, not to boast. They built it to breathe, not to tower. And maybe that is why it's still here, because it never tried to dominate the world, only to exist inside it. One theory suggests that the city slowly flooded due to a combination of tectonic shifts and gradual sea level rise. There were likely many moments when the residents noticed the change, a little more water than usual, a well that took longer to refill, a foundation that seemed softer, and still, they stayed. Not out of ignorance, but resilience. Until one season too many tipped the balance. And then, like all things built close to the edge, Pavlo-Petri let go. But even in surrender, it did not collapse. The sea took it gently, carried it downward without dismembering its body. The walls remained. The corners held. The streets still intersected where they once did. And as the waves moved above, the city below kept its shape, not a ruin, but a memory made solid. Today, when you look at the high-resolution scans, you see not just lines and measurements, you see intention. You see hands, long gone, still shaping the world beneath your gaze. Each house a choice, each threshold a decision, each wall a sentence left unfinished. Pavlopetri is not grand, but it is whole, not because it resists decay, but because it accepts it. The sea peels away what time cannot hold, but the sea also listens. It slows the erosion. It covers what must be kept. In its own quiet way, the water becomes an archivist, not of events, but of presence. It tells us someone lived here, and they mattered. And in a world where so many stories are shouted, it's worth pausing for one that only whispers. Pavlopetri whispers not of greatness, but of grace, not of domination, but of continuity. And in that whisper is a kind of truth we rarely recognize, that survival is not always loud, that legacy can be humble, that the most enduring cities may be those that simply lived well while they could, and then let the tide take them home. Because even in surrender, there is a kind of strength. A city that lets go is not the same as a city defeated. Pavlopetri did not burn. It did not fall to war. It did not scream its end across the sky. It simply let the sea do what the sea has always done. Reclaim, not with violence, but with inevitability. That kind of ending carries a strange kind of peace. And in that peace there is endurance. Today, as currents pass slowly through its doorways and the shadows of passing clouds ripple across its submerged rooftops, Pavlopetri continues to exist in two worlds, half in the past, half in the present, all beneath the surface where silence is never truly silent and time is not erased, but distilled. Divers who visit often describe the sensation of being watched, not by eyes but by memory, as if the stones themselves remember what it was to be touched, to be stepped on, to be part of a world that moved with meaning. Pavlopetri does not ask to be saved. It does not need restoration. It needs recognition, a pause, a breath, an acknowledgement that something beautiful once lived where now only water flows. And in that acknowledgement, the city lives on, not just as a ruin, but as a lesson, not just as an echo, but as a voice still speaking, quietly, clearly, from beneath the sea. Some cities are lost with drama, others disappear with dignity. Pavlopetri was not torn from the world. It simply drifted out of it, like a candle quietly extinguished by a tide. No one saw coming. There were no ruins smashed by conquest, no fires lighting the sky in defiance, just the slow, quiet rising of water, as steady as breath, as patient as time. And in that calm descent, something miraculous happened. The city remained whole. It is this wholeness that defies expectation. Submerged cities are often fractured, torn apart by catastrophe or time. But Pavlopetri is different. It is not a puzzle to reassemble. It is a picture already framed, tilted, softened, weathered, but intact. And that gives it a weight beyond its age. We are not just glimpsing a ruin, we are walking inside a memory, and that memory hums with the residue of daily life. It is not grandiosity that lingers, but the faint impressions of routine. You can almost feel it, the worn footpaths etched by repetition, the corners where children crouched in play, the narrow alleys where whispers passed between neighbors under the sun. The city feels familiar, not because we know its story, but because we know its rhythm. The rhythm of living, loving, building, and letting go. In the shallow depths, seagrass now curls where laundry may once have hung. Small fish dart past rooms that once held tables. The stones hold firm, but life has changed around them, and yet somehow, the two coexist. Nature did not destroy Pavlopetri, it adopted it. The sea moved in, not as a conqueror, but as a caretaker. It covered the city not with vengeance, but with sleep. And so when scientists swim through the submerged grid of streets, when they map the chambers and trace the lines of foundations, they are not excavating a dead site. They are visiting a city that has only changed form. The air has become water, the wind, a current. The songs once sung around fires, now echo as vibrations through tide and reef. Nothing has ended, only transformed. Perhaps what Pavlopetri offers us is a vision of balance, a civilization not built to last forever, but to last long enough and to fade without fury. In a world so obsessed with permanence, this idea feels almost radical. We build monuments to defy time, towers to scrape the sky, digital echoes meant to outlive our breath. But the people of Pavalot-Patri lived differently. They lived with the sea, not against it. They built knowing the edge was never far, and when the sea rose they did not curse it. They yielded. That surrender, graceful and complete, is why we can still see them now, why we can still walk their paths, because they did not resist until the end. They adapted, and in the end they let go. Not in defeat. In rhythm, that rhythm lives on. Not in textbooks or myths, but in the shapes beneath the waves, the lines of doorways, the bends of streets, the logic of a city still coherent, still legible, even after millennia. There are no kings here, no epics carved into walls, no legends of battles won or empires forged, and maybe that is what makes Pavalot-Patri so unforgettable. It is the story of everyone, a city of families, of craftsmen and traders, of ordinary people who lived in extraordinary balance, who loved the land and the water equally, and never sought to rule either. Their homes were not fortresses, their temples were not carved into cliffs, but they built with care, with intention, with understanding, and in that understanding they achieved something rare, a kind of quiet eternity, not one that resists time, but one that flows with it. Today preservation efforts continue. The site is fragile, vulnerable to tourism, to anchors, to erosion accelerated by climate change. Yet the very fragility is part of its message. Pavalot-Patri teaches not by boasting, but by being, by continuing to exist, by showing us that history does not always need to shout. Sometimes, the whisper is what endures. Divers often speak of the calm that settles over them once submerged above the city. Not just physical calm, but something deeper, as if entering the water over Pavalot-Patri is like stepping out of time. There is no rush here, no demands, only drift, only echo, only memory, held carefully in the arms of the sea, and when they surface, they carry something back with them. Not artifacts, not proof, but presence, the feeling that somewhere, beneath the waves, life still lingers, that something once whole can still be remembered without being restored, that to be forgotten is not the same as to be lost, because Pavalot-Patri was never lost. It was simply waiting for the world to slow down, to listen, to notice, and now we do. Because in the silence of Pavalot-Patri lies not absence, but invitation. The city doesn't call out to be conquered, studied, or claimed. It beckons to be felt, to be sat with, to be seen not through the lens of history alone, but through the lens of humility. It teaches that a place doesn't need to be massive to matter. That legacy isn't always etched in marble or gold. Sometimes it rests in alignment. The way walls face the wind, the way alleys follow the curve of coast, the way homes open to the rising sun, as if waking each day in dialogue with the horizon. Imagine standing above it now, the light rippling through shallow waves, the shadows of stones shifting beneath. There is no barrier, no abyss, only proximity. And that closeness makes the city feel alive. Not alive in the way of bustling markets or sounding bells, but in the way of breath beneath sleep. The kind of life that lingers just below waking, waiting for someone to remember, someone to pause long enough to feel what was once ordinary become sacred through time. Pavalot-Patri remains because it never demanded to be remembered. It simply waited to be rediscovered, not in grand fanfare, but in the soft gaze of those willing to listen. And through that listening, it continues to speak, quietly, completely, forever submerged, yet never forgotten. Off the southern edge of the pole, where the East China Sea begins to dissolve into the Pacific, the current curls and folds in a quiet contradiction. The water is warm here, clear to a startling depth, and the seafloor rises and falls with sudden jagged rhythm. Beneath these waves lies something that was never supposed to be found. It begins like a dream, with a sharp line in the stone too straight to be accident. Then another, and a staircase, impossibly symmetrical, a platform, a stage, a wall, geometry where there should be erosion, structure where there should be chaos. They call it the Yonaguni monument, but no one agrees what it is. A geological oddity, say some, a natural formation shaped by wind and tide, carved over millennia into patterns that only seem intentional. But others speak of a city, a sunken temple, a citadel from before the known dynasties, before even the most ancient myths, a place made by hands and lost to time. And when you see it, when you really look, the mind hesitates, not because it sees too little, but because it sees too much. It was discovered almost by accident. The in the 1980s by a diver searching for hammerhead sharks. What he found instead was a staircase descending into silence. A massive stone structure, 70 feet below the surface, composed of terraces, flat planes, and right angles that looked like they belonged above water, like something built for ceremony, for spectacle. The edges were too clear, too persistent, the shapes too deliberate. It felt like trespassing into a dream from which memory had already been scraped clean. Scholars were called, archaeologists and geologists. They descended with tape and board, expecting illusion. Some were told with certainty this was a trick of water and rock, nothing more, but others weren't so sure, because here beneath the tide were pillars aligned with cardinal points. Here were paths that followed proportion, slabs that looked carved, not fractured, drain-like channels running along their length. What mountain makes such a leap? What cliff breaks itself into foam? No bones were found, no tools, no inscriptions or pottery to speak of. Nothing that might root Yonaguni in a particular object or tool, and yet its silence did not make it empty. If anything, it deepened a little, because what kind of civilization vanishes so completely? It leaves only its shape behind. A shape that resists nature by obeying her too well. The way the steps align with the slope, the way the walls merge with the seafloor, like architecture bowed into humility. Some claim it was part of the mythical mind, the Pacific's own lost continent, a counterpart to Atlantis, said to have drowned in antiquity, taking with it temples, languages, knowledge the world has never recovered. Others tied it to the Yonaguni people, Japan's oldest known inhabitants, who lived over 10,000 years ago. That would mean Yonaguni predates the pyramids, predates Stonehenge, and that kind of age rewrites everything. Still others whispered it may have been exposed above water during the last ice age, when sea levels were far lower and the land stretched farther. A ceremonial platform began, a gathering place, a kind of ancient observatory. But even if that were true, who carved it? Why has no trace of its people remained? The stone itself does not speak easily. It is sandstone, sedimentary and prone to cracking. That alone provides ammunition for skeptics. Sandstone splits in lines. After all, it erodes in sharp corners, sometimes, but it doesn't explain the consistency, the symmetry, the way certain planes mirror each other at distances that suggest planning, not accident. It doesn't explain the channels that seem to collect and redirect water. It doesn't explain the small reliefs, weathered, but there, that resemble animal shapes, perhaps a turtle, perhaps a face. And more than that, it doesn't explain the feeling, because that's what everyone agrees on, even the ones who dismiss its mystery, that there's something uncanny about Yonaguni. Devils describe a stillness down there that doesn't match the sea, a quiet that feels held, almost staged, as if the ocean itself has paused to keep the memory intact. The light moves differently, the shadows fall with ceremony, and when you pass through the great archway, descending along the steps into the deep, there's a pull, a gravity not of mass, but of meaning. There are rumors, of course, whispers of electromagnetic disturbances, of compasses that twist mid-dive. Some have claimed to hear low-frequency tones, like a hum beneath the water, felt more in the bones than in the ears. Others have seen schools of fish swim around the structure in spirals, refusing to cut across its boundaries. Stories. Always stories. But stories begin somewhere. Yonaguni holds its breath, not in fear, but in defiance of time. It does not give its answers freely.
It offers presence instead.
Structure, intention, and somewhere, beneath the coral that has begun to reclaim its corners, beneath the currents that braid silt through its channels, there may still lie a secret waiting to be noticed. A symbol, a mark, a key. But for now we only trace its edges. We measure steps that lead nowhere. We film corners that refuse to erode. And we ask the oldest question a ruin can summon. Is this a place made by the earth or by us? And as always, the ocean says nothing. It only waits. There is a strange comfort in standing on something that should not exist. You feel the weight of centuries in the stone beneath you, though no inscription tells you whose hands shaped it. You press your palm to the cold face of a step and wonder how many before you did the same, before the water came, if it came at all. Because that's what makes Yonaguni different from the other cities swallowed by the sea. This place doesn't tell you what it was. It asks you to imagine it. It challenges you to decide whether you are standing in the middle of a geological coincidence or the ghost of a forgotten civilization. The verse speaks of disorientation, not from the currents, but from the geometry. There are long corridors that lead into nothing, flat platforms so wide and level they feel like amphitheaters for the waves. There are walls that rise beside you in straight verticals, unbroken, like cliff faces trimmed by a colossal blade. And then there are terraces, staircases, levels upon levels that suggest not nature's randomness, but planning, deliberate positioning. As if this structure was meant to be walked, meant to be seen, and yet it offers no identity, no language, no artifact that says, "We were here," only silence. The kind of silence that feels dense, like the pressure around it is waiting to speak if you ask the right question. And perhaps no one has yet. Scientists argue. The debates are endless. Geology versus archaeology, randomness versus pattern. One group points to tectonics, the other to intention. The rock formation, they say, mimics design, but is born of fracture and erosion. But others shake their heads and descend again, unable to ignore the lines that stretch too clean, the corners too consistent. The structure is immense, over 150 meters long and 25 meters high. It doesn't rise, it emerges. It rises from the seabed like a revelation half buried in sleep. You don't stumble upon it, you descend into it. The closer you get, the more it asserts its presence. There's what appears to be a central platform, a kind of altar perhaps overlooking the rest. Around it, tiered steps descend like an inverted pyramid. It's as if the monument isn't pointing to the heavens, but inward, into the earth, into depth. Some divers believe they've found roads nearby, linear paths marked with the same precision, partially obscured by coral and sediment. Others point to a large L-shaped trench, cut deep and straight into the rock, and suggest it may have once channeled water or people. Above the main platform, there's a series of stone outcrops that, when traced together, form an almost serpentine silhouette, curling down toward the steps below. A dragon perhaps, or something older. The lack of context is what feeds the myth. With no cultural fingerprint, the site becomes a canvas for projection. Was it a temple, a fortress, a landing site for something not from this earth? Some have even speculated about flood myths, that Yonaguni may be a surviving relic from a time when the sea rose not gradually, but in sudden defiance, drowning the coastlines of early humanity. A memory turned into legend, a city lost not once but repeatedly, in the minds of those who couldn't let it go. And yet it holds. The structure remains. Decades after its discovery, it continues to resist dismissal. Every storm that brushes Japan's southern edge only scrapes its surface. The monument persists, solid, mute, waiting. Sometimes the most unnerving thing is not what a ruin says, but what it withholds. Yonaguni withholds everything. It offers no entrance, no altar, no definitive clue, only patterns, only angles, only shapes that suggest they once served something, someone. It exists in the space between natural and man-made, and in that space it haunts, because we're not trained to see meaning in ambiguity. We crave explanation, we demand context, and when something refuses both, it unsettles. There are scratches along certain surfaces, parallel grooves that might be tool marks, or might be nothing. There's a slope that seems too smooth, too deliberate in its incline. A few corners, where divers have noted what appears to be alignment with celestial markers. But without proof, without datable material, every theory drowns under weight of counterclaim, and still the structure remains. Unmoved, undecided, as if it doesn't care whether you believe or not, because maybe belief isn't the point. Maybe Yonaguni is not a riddle to be solved, but a threshold to be experienced. A liminal place, between land and sea, between story and stone, between what was and what is. That's what it feels like, floating above its terraces, that you're not looking at history, you're hovering above possibility. And possibility is a powerful thing, more enduring than fact, more dangerous too, because possibility asks us to consider that the world is older, stranger, deeper than we've allowed, that we've forgotten more than we know, that below every coastline, there might be another Yonaguni, another shape waiting in the dark. This is not a city in ruins. It is a city in question, and questions do not erode, they echo. The ocean does not ask to be understood, it moves without apology, preserving and erasing in the same breath. But when it reveals something like Yonaguni, it does so with deliberate stillness, as if giving you time to look, time to wonder, and perhaps that is why so many return, not for answers, but for that same pause. That strange moment when the natural and the impossible hold hands, and neither lets go. No rope barriers, no plaques, no narration in your headset. Only you and the stone, and the water pressing down on both of you with equal indifference. The deeper you dive, the less the surface world matters. Above, time follows the sun. Below, it disperses into silt. The monument is not bound by our calendars. It lives in another rhythm, one that moves in quiet echoes rather than ticking seconds. Here, breath becomes measurement. Your exhale, the only sound that accompanies your descent into the geometry below. And geometry there is. The angles refuse to blur. There are 90-degree corners at impossible depths. Corners that cut into the bedrock with such precision. You want to believe someone stood here long ago, carving meaning into stone, for a reason we've long forgotten. And when you place your hand along one of those lines, feel the grain, the cool damp of it. There's a flicker, an image you didn't summon, a torch maybe, shadows on stairs, the echo of chanting that the sea has long since muted. But memory is not always linear. Sometimes it hides in matter, sometimes it clings to surface. The Japanese have a word, monfort, no aware, for the gentle sadness that comes from recognizing the transience of things. Yonaguni is soaked in that sadness, not the sorrow of loss, but the reverence of knowing something once stood here, something beautiful, something complete. Now fractured, submerged, yet strangely whole in its surrender. The monument's centerpiece, a massive stepped pyramid, stands like the foundation of an altar to absence. Each terrace, perfectly aligned, seems to guide the diver toward a center that never fully arrives. It is an invitation to descend, not just in depth, but into self, and perhaps that is why it unsettles. Because Yonaguni doesn't just blur the lines between land and sea, nature and intention. It blurs the line between past and presence. You're not just observing, you're entering. Some divers report dreams after surfacing, dreams of stairways in the dark, of rooms with no ceiling, of voices just beyond understanding. Others describe a sense of direction as calm, as if time dilates while they hover over the stone. There's no panic, no fear, just suspension, as though something is being held open around them. Some veil, some breathless pause. Scientists dismiss this, of course. They speak of nitrogen narcosis, of light distortion, of the brain misfiring under pressure. But those who've been there know better. What they felt wasn't confusion, it was recognition. A bone-deep awareness that something about Yonaguni resists being forgotten. And then there are the markings. Not letters, not scripts, but patterns. On one face of the monument, a series of shallow indentations run parallel, not evenly spaced, but not entirely chaotic either. They resemble tally marks, or perhaps calendar notations, yet no one has successfully translated them into meaning. On another side, the stone seems to rise into a triangle that points toward the setting sun during solstice, though this too is debated. Is it coincidence? Or was the sea not always here? The answer might lie in the surrounding shelf. Beneath Yonaguni are caverns, vast underwater hollows whose entrances yawn like mouths in the rock. Some believe these were part of the structure, others insist they're natural. But the question remains, why does the monument rest exactly here, perched just above those depths? As though it was placed to keep watch, to mark something or someone. Those who search for Moon, Japan's Atlantis, believe Yonaguni is just the beginning. They see in its stone the edges of a lost continent, sunk tens of thousands of years ago beneath rising oceans. They point to oral legends passed down through Ryukyuan mythology, tales of great cities swallowed by the sea, of gods who lived among mortals in palaces of stone. And while historians scoff, the details persist, names change. But stories remember what the earth forgets. And what if it is true? What if Yonaguni is not anomaly, but anchor? A single exposed tooth of something much larger, waiting beneath layers of sediment yet untouched. The sea is vast, and it does not volunteer its secrets. But sometimes it cracks them open, just enough to leave a question behind. Yonaguni is that question chiseled into the seabed, as clear and stubborn as any myth ever spoken. It asks who carved me, Who walked here before the sea rose, and why did they stop? We have no answers, only outlines, only echoes, and the feeling that when you stand above its steps, the past isn't behind you, it's directly beneath you, exhaling in silence. And maybe that silence is the most articulate voice of all, because Yonaguni does not ask for belief, it simply persists. Like a dream you wake from but can't explain, it clings to the edges of thought, lingering in the hollow where certainty used to live. You feel it in the slow undulation of water over stone. You feel it in the shift of pressure as you pass beneath its overhangs. You feel it in the gravity of its form, the refusal of its angles to dull with time. It is the kind of place that doesn't lose clarity, it gains it, the longer you look. Some have returned season after season, charting new measurements, discovering changes too subtle to announce, too profound to dismiss. A corner now exposed, a new crack revealing depth, a small shape previously mistaken for rubble, now framed by light into a deliberate edge. It's as though Yonaguni is unfolding on its own schedule, revealing itself not as a monument but as a process, a slow exhalation of whatever truth it holds. And we keep listening, not with ears, but with awe, because somewhere in the pulse between stone and sea something is still speaking, and it does not want to be forgotten. There is a weight to unknowing that settles deeper than fact. You feel it in your chest as you hover above the last terrace of Yonaguni's vast platform, watching the shadows crawl across the stone like time made visible. You could spend hours tracing the outline of a corner, the seam of a stair, and still find yourself standing in the same ancient silence. Not because nothing has changed, but because every discovery only deepens the mystery. The sea doesn't erase. It buries. It layers and softens and folds history into silt, not to forget, but to preserve. And Yonaguni, in its strange defiance, was not crushed or cracked or scattered. It was hidden intact. The monument wasn't shattered like so many others. It was tucked away, whole, waiting. And the longer it waits, the more it changes us, because we look at it and we see the story we want to see. A city, a sanctuary, a signal. But what if it's none of those? What if it's something entirely other, a shape without a name, a purpose lost before the world ever wrote a word? Even now, explorers drift over its face with care, whispering through their mouthpieces to avoid breaking the stillness. They measure and chart, but their data feels like shadows of something more vital, because Yonaguni is not just stone, it is presence, a kind of ancient gravity that does not pull you down, but holds you still. You become part of it, your heartbeat syncing with the rhythm of tides that have washed this monument for thousands of years. There is no storm here, only tide, gentle, eternal, indifferent. And yet every diver emerges changed. They speak of it in private tones, of the way light bends differently between the pillars, of fish that move in spirals, not schools, of the hush that thickens the deeper you go, as though noise itself has been filtered away. They do not all believe it is man-made, but none believe it is ordinary. Even the skeptics call it a mystery, not because they admit defeat, but because they recognize Yonaguni as something that refuses categorization. We are not used to that, as a species. We are builders of certainty, stackers of logic. We like our past wrapped in names and dates and golden ratios. But Yonaguni does not give us that gift. It gives us ambiguity, and in that ambiguity, something powerful stirs. Because once you admit you do not know what you are looking at, you begin to see it for the first time. And then there is the question of origin. If it was carved, if somehow someone shaped this monument tens of thousands of years ago, who were they? Where did they go? Why has not a single tool, a single engraving, a single trace of their life survived the sea's inspection? Cultures leave things behind, but here there are only the forms, only their silence. And maybe that's the point, that sometimes what endures is not the culture itself, but the space it shaped, not the people, but the presence they left behind. Some have gone further in speculation. They speak of pre-human civilizations, of lost epochs from before the last ice age, of knowledge buried in myth. Yonaguni becomes a vessel for these dreams because its silence does not contradict them, it does not argue, it simply exists. And its existence is evidence enough for those who wish to believe. But belief here is not a matter of science. It's a matter of stillness, a willingness to linger at the edge of the unknown, to let the sea be a mirror and the monument a question. Not one that begs an answer, but one that keeps asking, long after you've surfaced and dried and moved on with your day. What matters is not what Yonaguni is, but what it does to us. It draws us downward, not just into the ocean, but into the buried chambers of our own curiosity. It strips us of certainty, and in that vulnerability, invites something more profound, awe. The kind of awe that makes you feel small, not from fear, but from reverence. Because you are standing, floating, really, in the presence of something so old, so untouched, so unbroken, that your very breath feels like a trespass. And maybe that's the message, that there are places in this world not meant to be solved, but witnessed. Not every ruin needs a story. Not every monument needs a map. Some exist only to remind us that the earth still holds secrets, and that silence too can be sacred. Yonaguni ends with no final step. The terraces dissolve into open sea. The corners soften until they are no longer corners, just the faint memory of them. The structure fades not because it is incomplete, but because it was never meant to be bounded. It opens outward, like a thought not yet spoken, a sentence without a period, a myth still becoming. And as you rise, finning upward, through shafts of filtered sunlight, you don't leave Yonaguni behind, you carry it. In the questions you ask, in the way you now see coastlines as thresholds, in the hush you hear beneath even calm waves, because the sea remembers, and somewhere beneath its patient breath, the steps of Yonaguni still wait. There are places where the sea does not just take, it punishes, not in rage, but in judgment. As if it waits, quietly, patiently, and then decides a city has gone too far, that it has grown too proud, that it has outshone the gods. And when that decision comes, the water does not rise with fury, it creeps, it whispers first, and then it swallows. This is how they speak of Rungholt, a name now nearly gone from the world, but once loud with power, once full of gold and song and markets swelling with the smell of brine and salt pork and damp coin. They called it the Atlantis of the North Sea, not because it was fabled, but because it was lost, not in memory, but in the mud. Somewhere off the coast of Schleswig-Holstein, in what is now Germany, beneath the Wadden Sea's shifting tides and sudden silences, lie the black ruins of a city that once stood proud, prosperous, and briefly invincible. Rungholt. It existed, that much is certain. Its name appears in documents from the 14th century, tax ledgers, church records, trade logs. It was a port, a bustling center of salt and cattle and grain, the kind of place that drew attention, that built cathedrals, that hosted ships from Flanders, from Denmark, from across the brittle sea. They say its people were wealthy, they say they were arrogant, and they say the storm came because of that arrogance. It began with wind, not unusual, not yet. The winter of 1362 was already harsh, already heavy with cold and ice. But the wind did not stop, and then the tides rose higher than ever recorded. What followed was called the Grote Mandrenki, the great drowning of men, a storm tide so brutal, so sudden, that entire coastlines disappeared. The chronicles say 100,000 lives were taken, villages erased, the sea redrawing the map with a single sweeping gesture, and in the center of it all, Rungholt, wiped from the earth in a single night. The stories that survived painted it as divine retribution, that the people of Rungholt had grown cruel, that they mocked the poor, desecrated churches, refused to honor saints. One tale says a farmer came into the city with a priest, seeking alms for his sick child, and the townspeople, drunk on pride and festival, ridiculed him. They dressed a pig in priestly robes and paraded it through the streets, laughing at the man's prayers. And that night the sea rose, as if heaven itself had had enough. But beneath the parable lies something tangible. Archaeologists in the 20th and 21st centuries began sifting through the tidal flats during low tide, and what they found did not belong to myth. Wooden beams preserved in the anaerobic clay, bricks, stonework, fragments of dikes, the remnants of wells, paved roads, iron nails, ceramic shards that matched the dating of 14th century craftsmanship, all of it deep beneath layers of silt, only visible for a few hours at a time, when the tides retreat like a breath drawn inward. There is no skyline left, no church steeple or market square, but the shape of Rungholt remains in ghost traces, a layout of roads, a footprint of walls, the echo of drainage systems that once fought the sea and lost. And more than the artifacts there is the mud itself, black, heavy, and thick with stories. It holds not just the ruins, but the rhythm of their drowning. You can stand where the city once stood, and feel the weight of it in your boots. Not ruins like crumbled columns, or collapsed domes. These are horizontal ruins, pressed flat by time and tide, layered like pages in a closed book. Rungholt was not erased instantly. The storm did not destroy it with fire and collapse. It drowned it, slowly, with surge after surge, with wind that stripped roofs and then walls, with waves that carried away bricks one by one. The sea did not rage, it reclaimed, and in doing so it taught a lesson so brutal that generations still whisper about it, not because they remember, but because the absence remains too loud to ignore. And still the earth gives hints. In dry summers when the salt marshes thin and the grasses withdraw, the outlines emerge again. Satellite scans show subtle indentations, patterns of human effort buried beneath the modern mudflats. And sometimes, the tide pulls back just long enough for a shard of pottery to rise like breath from the deep. A buckle, a beam, the curve of a window frame, long dissolved into its elements. Divers cannot reach it, not in the way they reach Yonaguni or Heracleion. Rungholt is not a stone city beneath clear waters. It is buried in tidal mud, in sediment that shifts daily. It is not revealed, it is uncovered, briefly, accidentally, as if even now the sea is unwilling to fully let it go. And what remains most haunting is the silence. No grand temple stands beneath the waves, no golden statue lies waiting. Only broken dikes, waterlogged wood, and the feeling of a breath held too long. There are no bells ringing from the cathedral, but some say that on stormy nights, when the wind cuts low across the marsh, you can hear faint sounds beneath the howl. Not wind, not water, but the creak of doors that no longer exist, the hush of lives taken too fast, the drowned heartbeat of a city that thought it could outlast the sea. But the sea remembers, and in that memory, Rungholt is still there, waiting, black and buried, pressed between the pages of the tide. The more you look for Rungholt, the more you begin to feel it looking back, not with malice, but with a quiet, briny memory. The sea holds its breath differently here. It laps more slowly, curls more deliberately, along the edges of the mudflats. There is a kind of reverence in how the tides come and go, as if reluctant to disturb what was buried beneath them, as if the ocean itself remembers its role in the ending, and now mourns what it took away. Rungholt's name was nearly lost for centuries. After the great storm of 1362, the region was redrawn, not by kings or treaties, but by salt and water. Islands vanished. Rivers shifted their mouths. Entire coastlines were erased. Villages removed from maps as if they had never been. And for generations, Rungholt lived on only in stories, half warning, half legend. A ghost of a city told to children in winter, when the winds roared too loud and the windows rattled with old memory. They said it was cursed, that pride had summoned its doom, that only hubris could bring the sea walking over stone streets like that. But myths, like bones, leave residue. And slowly, Rungholt began to surface, not with a tower or a gate, but with a shard. A curve of earthenware found lodged in marsh clay. A timber beam that still bore the marks of iron nails. A well ring that once brought up water now buried in salt and time. And with each find, the shape of the city began to return, not as a whole, but in fragments, in echoes, as if some unseen tide was giving it back piece by piece, allowing us to remember slowly, deliberately. Modern archaeologists have tried to trace its boundaries, using drones, ground-penetrating radar, old nautical charts, and whispered field notes passed from earlier expeditions. They walk the flats in boots heavy with salt, timing their surveys between tides that do not wait for science. Sometimes, they come upon nothing but sand and silence. Other times, a brick foundation, or a post hole, appears like a wound newly opened. There are no signs saying Rungholt stood here. There are only alignments, patterns in the mud, and the sudden overwhelming sense that you are standing in a place that once heard laughter, footsteps, sermons, the clang of hammers against copper. The scale of it is staggering, not in height, but in loss. Rungholt was not a hamlet, it was a city. It had systems, dikes, drainage, defenses against the very water that would one day betray it. The people who lived there understood the sea. They farmed salt from it. shaped their lives around its mood. And yet they were undone by it, not because they didn't fear it, but because they thought they'd tamed it. Some ruins fight to be remembered, stone arches leaning out of the dust, sunken domes that echo when the wind passes through. But Rungholt does not fight. It waits. It does not lift itself above the waves. It lies beneath them, hidden not in distance but in reach, always just below, always almost visible. And that makes it even more haunting, because it suggests a truth that sits just out of reach, a past that wants to remain blurry, lest its clarity wound us. And sometimes, what the tide reveals feels too clean to be coincidence. Brickwork that curves along a perfect arc, rows of pilings sunk deep and evenly spaced, the ghost of a road that once led somewhere, now dissolving into marsh. Nothing modern has ever been built there. No city rose again in its place, as if the land itself said no more, as if something about Rungholt marked the limit of what the coast could bear. And in the folklore of the region, the name Rungholt is spoken like a spell, slowly, carefully, with a trace of fear that lingers even now. Not fear of the storm, but fear of what the storm remembered. The city was not merely drowned, it was judged, not by lightning or plague, but by the tide. A force that gives and takes, but rarely gives reasons. A tide that knows when a place has gone too far. And so the farmers here still build their homes on stilts. They still watch the clouds for more than weather. They speak of strange winds, of nights when the water pulls back too far, as if inhaling. And they say on those nights, if you listen past the reeds, past the soft churn of distant surf, you might hear it. A bell, one that no longer rings, one that lies buried beneath layers of peat and time. The church bell of Rungholt, still calling its people home. They say the bell does not toll with sound, but with memory, that its call is not heard by the ears, but by the bones. An ache that settles low in the spine, when the air thickens with salt and the wind carries that certain kind of hush. And there are those, older now, who will not walk the flats at dusk, not because they fear drowning, but because they fear remembering, that they might, just for a moment, see the outline of a street beneath the tide, that their boots might find stone where only mud should be, that they might hear footsteps behind them, soft and steady, fading with the tide. Rungholt is not a lesson in disaster, it is a whisper in arrogance. It reminds us not of nature's wrath, but of its balance. That no matter how high the walls, how firm the ground, there is no permanence in places built too close to power. The sea does not punish, it restores. It returns the scale to even, and in doing so, it leaves behind not devastation, but warning, a kind of slow, echoing truth carved into the rhythm of tide and time. And so the name survives, not in stone, not in monument, but in the breath between tides, in the tremble of reeds, in the soft salt-slick silence where a city once stood and now only waits to be found again. The tides along the Wadden Sea do not follow a schedule, they breathe. And if you know how to listen, to feel that rhythm in the soles of your feet and the quiet pull of air just before it slips from shore, you begin to sense what the old ones meant when they said the sea here remembers. Walk far enough during low tide, and the ground begins to feel uneasy, not because it shifts, though it does, but because something beneath it feels unsettled, like a wound too old to scab, but too deep to ever truly close. This is where Rungholt sleeps. Not far below the surface lie traces no longer visible to the eye, but present in the Earth's magnetic field, walls once laid with precision, ditches carved by hands that have long since dissolved into silt. Soil samples tell of bricked courtyards, layered with ash and broken ceramic. The orientation of what was once a main road still guides the current through that invisible corridor. Nothing survives above ground, and yet the shape persists like breath in winter air, like a fingerprint on glass. Gone, and not. In recent years, teams of scientists and volunteers have returned during the low tide windows, kneeling in the muck with brushes and meters and careful hands, tracing outlines that disappear with the sea's return. They call it archaeology, but it feels more like communion. Each footprint they press into the mud is a quiet prayer, not just to the city, but to the sea that holds it. Because this is not an excavation of ruins, it is an act of listening. The earth does not give up its ghosts easily, and there are stories still buried, not just in mud, but in the bloodlines of the nearby villages. Families whose names stretch back to before the flood, whose oral histories carry fragments too strange to invent, of a child taken by the tide only to be returned days later, unaged and speechless, of cattle found with salt-dried hooves and moss in their ears, wandering up from the surf as if they had walked from a place not meant to be walked from, of a woman who swears she dreamt of a banquet in a high hall made of blue glass and black stone, where the voices spoke in a language that hummed more than it spoke. She woke with seaweed in her hand and sand beneath her nails. Skeptics say it's the mind playing tricks, the influence of local wall-bending memory into myth. But those who felt it, who've walked the flats alone at dawn, who've seen the mist roll in without sound, know better. There is a presence here, not malevolent, not guiding, simply watching, waiting, as though the city beneath the tide has not entirely finished its story. And what a story it was. The economy of Rungholt thrived on salt, extracted from seawater in great boiling vats, shipped in barrels to towns across Europe. Salt was wealth, and wealth brought structure. The remains of what were once drainage systems, now buried in black peat, suggest engineering far more advanced than previously assumed. Some of the dikes were layered with woven reeds and packed with clay and stone, methods more modern than medieval. Whoever built them understood the balance of land and water. They knew how to hold the tide at bay, but not forever. There is evidence now, buried meters deep, of repeated reconstruction, suggesting that Rungholt was not felled by one storm but many, that it rose and repaired itself time and again, daring the sea to come closer, daring the wind to try harder. And maybe in the end it wasn't a single judgment from the heavens, but a final surrender, a realization that some places were never meant to be held, only borrowed, that some cities are built not on land, but on borrowed time. And then there's the blackness. Locals call it schlack, the dark, viscous mud that covers the ruins like skin. It is thick with decay, but also with memory. Some researchers believe it's the reason anything survived at all. The lack of oxygen in the sediment created a natural vacuum, preserving wood, iron, even rope. The sea, in trying to erase, inadvertently preserved. And in doing so, it created a kind of paradox. The deeper you dig, the more alive the city becomes. Not in color or form, but in implication. You begin to see the people again, not their faces, but their footsteps. Not their voices, but the way they moved through space. The way their roads curved toward the church. The way their farms edged toward the marsh. The way their doors must have opened toward the sun. And as you walk back across the tidal flats, the wind rising at your back, the sea beginning its slow return, you feel the pull again, not of history, but of presence. Rungholt is not a city you visit, it's a city you fall into, not through ruin, but through silence. A silence so deep and ancient it becomes sound. And that sound is still there, beneath your boots, beneath the tide, beneath the breath of the wind. Not a song, not a warning, just a hum. The hum of a place that once was, and still is. Even now, when the tide rolls back, and the marsh air grows still, the landscape holds a strange heavy quiet, as if it knows more than it's letting on. The birds fall silent, the reeds barely move, and those who linger too long begin to sense something just beyond the veil of perception. A presence that is not ghostly, but rooted. Rooted in memory, rooted in mud, rooted in the shape of a city that refuses to be entirely forgotten. Fishermen in nearby villages speak with reverence about the times they've seen strange patterns form in the water, ripples that travel in perfect circles, never breaking, even in the wind. One swore he once saw lights beneath the surface, faint and golden, pulsing like a heartbeat. He was laughed at, then left alone, because in these parts some stories are not dismissed. They're simply set aside, left untouched like relics too sacred to question. And there are moments, rare but undeniable, when the land itself shifts, when a storm pulls back the top layer of mud, just enough to reveal something angular, something cut, not stone, not now, but its memory. Then the tide returns, and it's gone again. Like the city beneath has chosen not to speak yet, or has spoken, and decided we didn't listen closely enough. The salt carries whispers here, not words, just impressions. You don't leave Rungholt with answers. You leave with echoes curved and quiet, the way ancient things often are, and those echoes stay with you, in the way you regard the shore after, in the way you read silence, in the way you begin to understand that the past is not behind us, it is beneath us, still warm, still waiting, still pulsing faintly in the deep black earth. There are ruins that shout their presence. Fortresses clinging to cliffs, stone pillars basking in sunlight, amphitheaters echoing the laughter of the long dead. Rungholt is not one of them. Rungholt whispers. It hums beneath the silt, buried not only in time but in tone, speaking in the language of absence. It does not demand attention. It draws you in, slowly, until you are ankle-deep in silence and thigh-deep in history, and only then do you realize you are standing in a place that once had windows and firelight and voices, that once had a heartbeat. When the storm came, it didn't rage, it unstitched, one surge at a time, one gust, one rising tide, and when the final swell crested over the dikes, there was no resistance left to give. The walls fell inward, the streets became rivers, the cathedral filled from floor to bell, and as the last cry of the city disappeared into the water, the world shifted forward without it. The sea kept moving, the storm moved on, and Rungholt was left behind, not broken, but submerged, not shattered, but sealed. And what remains now is not architecture, it is echo. You can trace the lines of a vanished bridge in the movement of current. You can feel the alignment of roads in the direction of bird flight. You can almost sense where the market stood, by the way the sea slows in that space, as if it remembers the bustle, the barter, the breath of commerce that once stirred above. It is memory turned physical, etched into the very rhythm of the land and tide. Some call it myth, others call it warning. But for those who have walked the flats in low tide, for those who have knelt to brush mud from what once was a hearthstone, Rungholt is neither. It is proof that the sea remembers. That time does not erase, it buries, and in doing so, it transforms. What was once a place of pride and trade is now a meditation on impermanence, on humility, on the fragility of everything we dare to build too close to power. The ghost of Rungholt lingers not in shadow, but in pattern, in the way ruin becomes rhythm, in the way loss becomes landscape, in the stillness that creeps in when the tide recedes, and the air turns thick with salt in centuries. You feel it then, in your breath, in your bones, the weight of what once stood, the pulse of what still waits, and maybe that's the truth of it. Maybe Rungholt is not gone at all. Maybe it just moved, not physically, but spiritually, into the hearts of those who remember it, into the caution of sailors who watch the sky with older eyes, into the stories whispered by firelight, when the wind howls and the rain begins to fall too hard against the glass. A name spoken like a spell, a city buried like a secret, a ruin that doesn't fade, but waits for low tide, waits for silence, waits for someone to stop and listen, because beneath the black mud and the salt air, the bells of Rungholt still ring, not loudly, not always, but enough. Enough to remind the world that pride does not build cities, patience does not guarantee safety, and that even the mightiest walls are nothing if the sea decides to rise. And the sea always decides. And sometimes, when the fog drapes itself low across the flats and the moon disappears behind layered clouds, you might think you see something stir just beneath the tide. A shadow that holds its shape too long, a ripple that glides against the current. It's not movement you see, it's presence, the kind that doesn't fade when you blink, the kind that stays, even when you turn away. For those who know how to watch, Rungholt reveals itself not in sight, but in feeling, a pressure behind the eyes, a tightening in the chest, a cold that doesn't come from wind. There's a reason no other town has ever been built on that site. It isn't just the instability of the ground or the wrath of the sea, it's reverence, an unspoken understanding passed down through generations that some places do not want to be resettled. Some ruins prefer to be left undisturbed, not out of vengeance, but because their story is not yet finished. Rungholt's tale does not end in drowning, it continues in memory, in warning, in the way coastal dwellers still check the tides with quiet superstition. When the wind shifts inland, and the smell of brine thickens, some say they hear more than bells. They hear the murmur of voices, the distant clatter of hooves over cobbled streets, the splash of buckets drawn from wells long buried. The sounds are faint, like dreams half remembered, but they are there, stitched into the very breath of the landscape. And perhaps that's what makes Rungholt so different from other lost cities. It isn't a ruin you stumble upon, it's a memory that rises to meet you. Even the birds avoid flying low over certain parts of the flats, not always, but enough to notice, enough to make a person wonder what they see from above, what outlines they trace in silence with the patterns of their wings. And maybe that's the only map that matters, not the ones drawn in ink and charts, but the ones drawn in instinct, in knowing, in awe. Rungholt is not gone, it is simply waiting for the world to grow quiet enough to hear it again, because the sea remembers, and somewhere beneath its patient breath, the steps of Yonaguni still wait. Just off the coast of Israel, where the Mediterranean folds softly into the shore, a mystery rests beneath the waves, not deep in trenches or swallowed by whirlpools, but lying in clear, shallow water, close enough to see when the sun strikes just right, close enough that the sea seems to whisper its name, Atlit, a name not many know, but a place older than most cities still standing, a Neolithic village, a lost memory of humankind's first steps toward permanence, and then silence. There are no great arches here, no pyramids, no gold. What Atlit offers is quieter, more intimate, stone circles placed with care, paths between dwellings that once echoed with footsteps, wells that once drew water for hands long gone, and walls, low-weathered, but deliberate, built not to defend against armies, but to hold back time, a kind of gentle defiance, and in the stillness of the seabed, it holds. Atlit was discovered not with fanfare, but with the slow press of exploration, divers looking for something else, scraps of wreckage perhaps, or the pull of old anchor chains, came upon stones that didn't belong to nature, arranged, structured, whispering of intent, and when the sands were gently brushed away, a world emerged, one that had lain undisturbed for thousands of years. Carbon dating tells us the village is nearly 9,000 years old, older than the pyramids, older than Stonehenge, a settlement from a time when humans were just beginning to root themselves, to stop wandering, to build an Atlit. Even then, was something special. It had planning, it had depth, it had water systems and dwellings arranged in patterns that suggest not only survival, but community. They lived together, they farmed, they fished, they buried their dead, they built a life, and then they vanished. No war, no fire, just water. One theory speaks of a sudden shift, a rise in sea level caused by melting glaciers, a quiet apocalypse, no crashing waves, no fleeing masses, just a slow, steady swallowing, a few inches one season, a few more the next, until the land that held their footsteps gave way, until the hearths grew wet, until they could no longer stay, and so they left, or they were taken. But what remains behind is unlike anything else. Under the surface, 7 massive stone monoliths form a circle, carefully placed, etched with channels. At the center lies a freshwater spring, now submerged. It's thought to have been sacred, a place of ritual, of connection, perhaps even of healing. The stones still stand, defiant, motionless against the motion of time. The sea shifts and swirls around them, but they remain, silent guardians of a forgotten rhythm. The people of Atlit knew the sea. They were not strangers to its temperament. Their bones, when uncovered, speak of diets rich with fish, of joints shaped by nets and paddles. Their tools were shaped from stone and bone, but refined. Their burials were careful. Some were found curled beside infants, others surrounded by shells. There was meaning in how they treated the dead, love perhaps, or fear, or hope, the kind of care that suggests not a primitive people, but a thoughtful one, a people who looked to the horizon and wondered what came after, and perhaps it's that care that allowed their village to sleep so peacefully for so long. The sea did not tear it apart, it blanketed, layered it in salt and thyme, preserved it, and now when the light is right, the walls seem to glow, as if they remember, as if they too are waiting. Divers say the silence underwater near Atlit is different, not empty, but full, thick, as though the water is holding its breath, as though voices still drift through it, muffled and patient. It is not haunted exactly, but it is aware that we are intruding, that we are surfacing something meant to rest, and yet we keep coming back, not to loot, but to listen, because a village like this doesn't disappear without a trace, and the sea, in its strange way, has given us more than we expected. It has offered us an untouched moment, a chance to kneel beneath the waves and press our palms against stones shaped by hands so far gone, we can no longer even guess their names. A moment to remember something older than fear, older than writing, older than myth. And so we begin the journey into Atlit, not with maps but with reverence. For in these sunken walls there is a stillness louder than history, a stillness that holds its shape even when the current stirs, a stillness that feels like memory, a city without a king, a village without a war, a life without a loud end, just a quiet one, carried out to sea. Some have suggested that Atlit Yam was not merely a village, but a threshold, a liminal space between land and sea, between survival and memory. The way its stones sit half revealed, the way the sun breaks against their mossy edges, feels almost ceremonial, like the world itself marked this place for remembering, not with grandeur, but with gentleness. The sea here is not cruel, it is not even possessive. It is reverent, as though it knows what lies beneath is sacred. Marine archaeologists have uncovered more than just stone. They've found seeds, tools, animal bones and traces of woven mats, the delicate imprints of everyday life. These were not primitive people stumbling towards civilization. These were early architects of meaning. Their tools were not just for survival, they were for shaping, for belonging, for anchoring themselves to a world they were just beginning to understand. And there is a kind of comfort in that, to know that even thousands of years ago, long before empires rose and fell, people sat around fires, tended to their families, told stories, and looked at the stars with questions they could not name. That they too felt the pull of the unknown, that they too feared the silence that sometimes comes with the sea. There is still much we do not know about Atlit Yam, why they built where they did, why they left no markings, no language carved into stone, why the sea chose to keep them so well. But perhaps it isn't ours to know. Perhaps the story of Atlit Yam is not one we're meant to solve but to feel, a kind of quiet knowing that slips into the mind like the sound of water against rock. A truth carried not in facts but in feeling. So we listen, we watch, we let the sea speak in its slow, patient way, and beneath the surface where light filters through with reverence, the stones of Atlit Yam still stand, silent, unbroken, waiting. There's something unsettling about the clarity of the water above Atlit Yam. It moves like silk, clear enough to see the outlines of stone, the gentle curves of ancient walls, the hollows where life once unfolded in soft, repetitive patterns. Unlike other submerged cities, cloaked in shadow and sediment, Atlit Yam lies in light. It's exposed, vulnerable, as though the sea itself wants us to look, wants us to witness what it protected, to understand that memory does not always hide. It sometimes floats. Divers who descend here speak of a quiet so complete, it becomes a sound in itself, not silence, exactly, but something thicker, as if the sea, usually so casual in its motion, grows still out of respect. The kelp that drapes over the walls sways with the gentlest of pulses. Schools of fish pass like flickers of thought, and beneath it all, the stones breathe, not literally, but in rhythm, in presence. You can feel it in your chest, a thrum, a pulse older than timekeeping. The monoliths at the center, 7 great stones, each taller than a man, are not aligned randomly. They form a perfect semicircle around a submerged spring. Some believe this was a sacred space, used for healing, for prayer, for rituals long lost to the noise of progress. The grooves carved into their surfaces may have channeled water or blood, or some ancient mixture of the two. But none of that matters more than this. They were placed there, intentionally, by hands that understood geometry, that understood meaning, that gave weight to place. And that raises a question: how much have we forgotten? These people had no metal tools, no written language that we've found, and yet they shaped a world, a society, in such a way that its essence still clings to the sea floor after nearly 9,000 years. The same sea that reduces modern ships to rusted wreckage in decades has preserved this village like a pearl. The question isn't just how they lived, but why they were remembered. Their bodies tell part of the story. Several skeletons unearthed from Atlit Yam show signs of tuberculosis, the oldest known evidence of the disease in human remains. One pair, a woman and a child, were buried together in what looks to have been a ceremonial grave. They were carefully positioned, not discarded. There's grief there, fossilized in posture, a kind of reverence. You look at those bones and feel not science, but sorrow, not analysis, but ache. And then there are the tools, microliths, fishing hooks, bone needles, grinding stones. Each one speaks of rhythm, the daily cycles of work, of survival, but also of tenderness. You don't carve a tool that's small without patience. You don't decorate a bone without purpose. These were not people ruled by instinct. They were guided by something quieter, something like care. Atlit had wells, deep ones, lined with stone, built to tap freshwater sources even after the sea had begun to encroach. That speaks not just of engineering, but of hope, of people who planned to stay, who thought the tides could be reasoned with, who believed that the sea could be pushed back, or at least negotiated with. But the sea is not something you reason with. It listens in silence, and answers only in tide. And yet, even in retreat, there is dignity here. Unlike many ruins that bear the scars of siege, of collapse, of fire, Atlit offers no such violence. There are no broken walls, no collapsed roofs. The village looks in many ways like it was simply set down and forgotten, like its people stood one day in the shallows, watched the waves rise inch by inch, and understood that it was time. No panic, no scream, just the quiet act of departure. That stillness is what lingers. It changes the water, it changes the air above it. Visitors have reported dreams after diving, strange vivid ones, of fires burning low beside the sea, of voices speaking a language they don't know but understand, of hands reaching through water, not to pull them down, but to guide. There is nothing malevolent here, but there is weight, a pressure that settles behind the heart, a memory that is not yours but feels like it might have been. Some say the stones of Atlit have held so long because the village was loved, not just by those who built it, but by the earth itself, that nature, so often cruel, chose to protect this place, to let the sand seal it gently, to let the water rise with grace rather than violence. That Atlit was not taken, but cradled, because some things are too sacred to destroy. And perhaps that's why we're drawn to it, not just as archaeologists, but as people. It reminds us that the past is not all war and conquest, that some lives were lived in peace, that some cities were born not of ambition, but of necessity and hope, that there were once places where people rose with the sun, ate what they caught, spoke softly to one another, and passed into the next world without leaving a wound. Beneath the Mediterranean, that story still sleeps, and the waves, when they roll in toward shore, do so with reverence, carrying not just salt but memory, and each time they lap against the divers' masks, or shimmer over the sonar screen, or press against the remnants of a long-abandoned hearth, they say what words cannot: remember me. And if you listen carefully, not with ears but with stillness, you may sense something deeper than memory in the seabed of Atlit, a kind of knowing, as though the stones themselves have absorbed every lullaby ever sung beside a cradle, every promise murmured into the soft breath of dawn, every farewell spoken when the waves finally rose too high to ignore. The village has no monuments, no epic inscriptions, but it holds a gravity all its own, a gentleness that compels you to pause, to lower your voice, to breathe slower. Some believe the village still dreams, that the spring once sacred still pulses faintly beneath its covering of brine, that the hands which once built the stone circle, weathered by net and tide, left behind more than tools. They left intention, they left rhythm, they left a kind of peace that refuses to be eroded. And when the water touches the land where they once stood, it carries that peace forward, into us. And in that silence you begin to understand. Atlit was never just a village. It was a prayer cast gently into the sea, and never taken back. The sea has always been a keeper of memory, but at Atlit it feels more like a mourner. The way the waves roll softly over the stones, the way the currents gently brush aside the sand only to cover it again, there's tenderness in it, as if the ocean isn't just preserving this village, but grieving it, as if the water knows it's watching over something too human, too fragile, to ever belong fully to the deep. And maybe that's why it's still here. So much of the ancient world has been crushed under the weight of time, or twisted by the hand of conquest. But not Atlit. It sleeps with a kind of dignity, a kind of grace that even the sea dares not disturb. You can see it in the layout, the way the dwellings curve slightly around the spring, the way the monoliths form a crescent, not of power, but of invitation. This was never a city of dominance. It was a village of closeness, of survival, of presence. In one structure, archaeologists uncovered what may have been a communal space, the remains of hearths, fire pits, tools shared across generations. The stone alignment here is not precise like a temple, but thoughtful, designed for gathering, for stories, for life. You imagine them sitting in circles, the smell of fish and smoke clinging to their skin, the hush of the sea just beyond the shore, stars above unburdened by light. They did not have written language, but they spoke, and they remembered, and that remembering soaked into the walls. Other structures held evidence of weaving, fibers from baskets, fragments of netting, the impression of a mat left under the weight of something long since gone. It's not the grandness of these artifacts that gives them meaning, it's the humility, the reminder that entire worlds once turned on such small things, on knots tied just right, on a stone bowl carved with care, on a gesture passed from parent to child, without ceremony. A village is not just a place, it is a rhythm, and Atlit Yam's rhythm is still here, just barely audible beneath the current. And then there are the wells, not shallow holes in the ground, but deeply constructed shafts, stone-lined and stable, built to last. One diver described reaching into the mouth of a well and feeling as if the earth exhaled, a soft, steady pulse of cooler water, ancient and unclouded. That fresh water still trickles up from beneath, as if the land refuses to surrender all of itself to salt. That too is memory, that too is defiance. But perhaps the most poignant discovery came from the remains of the dead. In addition to the woman and child buried together, there were others, elderly, injured, malformed, people who would not have survived in harsher, less compassionate societies, and yet they lived here, long enough to show signs of aging, long enough to have mattered. This was not just a village of strength, it was a village of care, and that changes everything. It tells us that Atlit Yam was not only about survival, it was about dignity, about coexistence, about placing value not on what someone could produce, but on who they were. That message lingers in the arrangement of bones, in the way grave goods were placed with care, in the absence of violence across the site. These were not people conquered by the sea, they were embraced by it. Their departure was not collapse, it was transition, and that is perhaps why the place remains so whole. As storms pass across the Mediterranean today, they do so without disturbing the village. The currents shift, but the monoliths do not. The sand drifts, but the walls remain upright. In a world of erosion and decay, Atlit Yam is an anomaly, a soft rebellion against time, as though the village knew it would be found again, and left everything just as it was, not for survival, but for testimony. There's something poetic in that, in the way the sea, often so ruthless, chose to carry this story forward, not loudly, not in waves of destruction, but in soft currents, in still waters, in the gentle hush of a tide that speaks more like a lullaby than a warning. When you dive down into the site, you feel it immediately, the pressure, the quiet, the presence. It wraps around you, not like danger, but like welcome. And for those who've seen it, who've floated just above the ancient stones and watched the sun dance through seagrass and light, there is a knowing that never leaves. They return to the surface different, hushed, reverent, as if they've entered a sacred space, and it changed them. Perhaps Atlit Yam was never truly meant for us. Perhaps it was meant only to be lived once, and remembered quietly, and yet here it is, whispering up from the deep, not to teach us, but to remind us, that there once was a time when humanity lived gently, when the sea was not an enemy, but a neighbor, when we built not to last forever, but to belong completely to the moment. That moment still floats, just beneath the waves, and when the sea is still, you can feel it. A pulse, a hush, a memory, waiting. And maybe that's the lesson it offers, buried not in tablets or walls but in feeling. That gentleness can outlast violence, that compassion leaves stronger traces than conquest. We are taught to remember the cities that shouted, that rose in marble and fire, that carved their legacies into stone. But Atlit Yam remembers differently. It speaks in murmurs. It teaches not through power but through presence. And that presence lingers in every tidal hush, every drifting eel, every grain of silt that settles back into place like memory returning home. Some nights when the surface lies still and the stars shimmer above like watchful eyes, the village seems to stir, not in movement, but in resonance, as though the waters hum with the breath of those who once lived there, as though time, in this one place, agreed to pause. And if you listen long enough, you begin to understand, Atlit Yam was never lost. It was simply waiting for the silence to return, and for someone willing to hear it. The sea does not forget. It waits, endlessly patient, while the land above it reshapes itself with noise and motion. But down where Atlit Yam sleeps, There is no such rush. The village lies still beneath its cover of silt and light, held in the slow, fluid memory of the deep. No clock ticks here, no history book turns its page. There is only the steady rhythm of the ocean's breath and the soft outline of a life once lived with care. In many ways, Atlit was never buried, not in the sense that we imagine ruins collapsed, ruined, reclaimed by vines, or shattered by wind. This village was lowered gently, as if the sea were tucking it into bed. The stones still stand upright. The hearths are intact. The wells still function. You can almost see the last footprints where they walked away, reluctant and solemn, understanding they would not return. That is what separates Atlit from other submerged places. It is not a monument to hubris or a casualty of violence. It is a quiet yielding, a final graceful nod to a force they could not control. The sea was not their enemy. It was their companion, their mirror, their god. And when it came to take the village back, it did so not with rage, but with reverence. Divers who visit Atlit often remark that it feels different from any other underwater site, not just because of its preservation or the mystery of its disappearance, but because of the atmosphere. The air in their lungs seems heavier, their heart beats louder. There's a sensation, part reverence, part sorrow, as though they are stepping into a memory that is not theirs, but is somehow deeply familiar, like returning to a place you've only ever dreamed about. Some say they hear faint music underwater, not in the literal sense but in the way the bubbles move, the way the pressure distorts sound, the way the water brushes against stone. A song that isn't being played, but remembered. The melody of hands carving stone, of water being drawn from a well, of voices calling across the shallows. A rhythm that echoes across time, uninterrupted, because no one ever truly ended it. It simply faded into tide. Others report strange emotions, grief sometimes, but also warmth, as though something beneath the surface recognizes them, not as intruders but as distant cousins, as inheritors. They say that when they rise back to the world above, something follows, not a haunting, a resonance, a hush that clings to their bones long after the salt has dried. Archaeologists can only tell so much from bone and brick. They can analyze pollen, reconstruct diets, trace the curvature of tools, but what Atlit gives us cannot be charted on paper. It cannot be tested or filed. What it gives us is a feeling, a presence, a whisper that does not need language. It gives us proof that a peaceful life was once possible, that it was chosen, that it endured long enough to leave behind a shape, a footprint, a breath in the water. And maybe that's why Atlit has been so carefully preserved, not by us, but by the sea itself. Maybe the ocean, so often painted as cruel and hungry, saw in this village a kindred spirit, something worth holding on to, not for power, but for balance, for beauty, for stillness. So it cradled the stones, let the sand fall just so, wrapped its waves around the place like arms around a sleeping child. There is no temple here, no throne, no inscriptions declaring greatness, only circles of stone, hearths shared by families, burial sites marked by love. These were not rulers, they were caretakers, of one another, of their land, of the water that gave them life and eventually took it back. And in a world that remembers empires, Atlit is the memory of kindness, of rhythm, of enough. We try to define history by its loudest moments, wars, inventions, collapses, but Atlit reminds us that not everything worth remembering makes a sound, that there are stories carried forward, not by conquest, but by current, by quiet, that some of the most enduring legacies are those that ask for nothing but to be left in peace. There are plans now to digitally map every inch of the site, to preserve it before erosion or climate shifts make the village less accessible. Some fear that too much light, too many divers, too much attention will disturb the balance that has held for millennia. But others argue that sharing it is a kind of honoring, that to tell the story with care is to carry the silence forward, not to break it. Still, the sea does not speak in haste. It releases its secrets slowly, not in paragraphs but in pauses. And so we tread lightly, we learn what we can, and we leave the rest to the current. Because Atlit is not just a place, it is a breath held beneath the surface, a handprint on the ocean floor, a message written not in words but in stillness. And as you imagine the stones now washed in blue, covered in algae, that drifts like soft cloth, you may feel that stillness pressing faintly at the edge of your awareness. It doesn't demand anything. It simply waits, as it always has, as it always will, for remembrance, for reverence, for return, because the sea remembers, and somewhere beneath its patient breath, the steps of Yonaguni still wait. The Caribbean glows with a kind of heat that feels ancient. The sun falls heavy on the sea like molten gold, and the waves curl against the shore with a rhythm that seems too slow for time. But once this warmth masked a fever, a madness, a hunger that dressed itself in silk and rum and gunpowder, and at the edge of this tropical haze stood a city so wild, so lawless, so full of life and lust and greed, that the earth itself decided it had seen enough. Port Royal, the wickedest city on earth, or so the preachers called it. It was not born in peace. It was carved into the coastline of Jamaica by colonizers and traders, draped in sails and salt and the scent of sugarcane. It rose like a fever dream, one that shimmered with gold and trembled with vice. Here wealth poured in faster than laws could form. Pirates made port by day, spent their fortunes by night, and vanished with the tide before dawn. The streets rang with drunken laughter and shouted bargains, with steel on wood and music that didn't care who listened. The city did not sleep. It burned, but Port Royal wasn't just chaos. It was architecture, forts and warehouses, churches and mansions, brothels and bakeries built close together in an uneasy pact. Wooden balconies overhung narrow alleys, dockside taverns overflowed into the sea. The land itself was slim, a sandspit of reclaimed earth too soft for permanence. And yet they built higher, they dug deeper, they laid bricks into sand and stone into water, as if willing the island to stay solid beneath them. And for a while it did. By the 1600s Port Royal had become the richest city in the Caribbean. Some said per square foot, it was the wealthiest place in the world. Ships arrived by the dozens, Spanish, British, Dutch, all trading coin for rum, silver for spice, muskets for men. And with them came the cast-offs of empire, escaped slaves, privateers, gamblers, merchants, and missionaries, all crammed together into a boiling pot that never cooled. Everyone wanted something, and the city promised everything, but the promise came at a price. Beneath the wealth and freedom festered something else, a rot, the kind that grows when too much power gathers in too little space. Crime flourished, not in back alleys, but in daylight. Men were murdered for coin, and left in the gutters. Bribes passed as currency. Governors were as corrupt as the pirates they claimed to chase. Some said the devil had made a home here. Others said man had no need of devils when greed could do the job so well. Still the city thrived, and in that thriving it became blind. The land it stood on, Palisados, is a long, low strip of sand barely clinging to the island of Jamaica. Geologists now believe it was unstable, even before the first stones were laid. Porous, fragile, a whisper of soil above a bed of waterlogged sediment, and yet they built without pause, as if ambition were stronger than the earth itself. June 7, 1692, the morning began hot, still not a cloud in sight. The harbour gleamed with ships at anchor, and the streets hummed with the usual fever. Rum flowed before noon. Musket shots echoed in celebration. There were no warnings, no sense of shift, until there was. At 11:43 a.m., the ground began to move. Not a tremble, not a shake. A roar, a growl from beneath that felt like the sea itself had grown teeth. Buildings rippled like cloth. Streets cracked open. Stones split. Sand buckled, and then the city began to fall. Liquefaction. That's the word science gave it later. The sand beneath Port Royal turned to liquid in seconds, and the city above had nowhere to stand. Entire blocks slid sideways into the bay. Churches, forts, homes, gone. Ships moored in harbour were pulled down with them, sucked into a swirling, collapsing mass of water and earth. Witnesses spoke of streets opening like mouths, of men vanishing in mid-step, of screams cut short not by silence but by the gurgle of water rushing in. In less than 2 minutes, 2/3 of Port Royal was underwater. The sea, it seemed, had decided to reclaim what had never truly been solid to begin with. But it wasn't finished. After the quake came the wave, a tsunami rising from the bay, sweeping what little had remained into ruin. Survivors who had clung to wreckage were washed back into collapsing buildings. The harbour churned with broken timbers and corpses. Fires sparked across the sandspit, and the air filled with the sickening mixture of smoke and salt and rot. It was said that even the sharks did not feed that day, that they circled only, as if confused by how swiftly man had undone himself. What was left was ruin, a splintered graveyard, a city drowned not by tide but by its own weight. And in the days that followed, the survivors could only watch as more of it slipped beneath the waves. The earth cracked anew, wells collapsed, walls leaned and fell, and slowly, with terrible grace, the rest of Port Royal gave itself to the sea. What remains now lies beneath shallow waters, a ghost city frozen in the moment of its destruction, and we will descend into it next. Beneath the sunlit shallows of Kingston Harbour, just a few meters below the waves, the bones of Port Royal sleep in silence. A city once choked with noise now rests in a hush, so complete it feels like reverence. It is not a ruin in the traditional sense. There are no crumbled columns, no piles of ancient stone bleached by centuries. No, Port Royal did not decay. It was submerged, whole, sudden, preserved like an interrupted thought, like a breath never exhaled. The seabed still holds its shape, walls of brick, perfectly mortared, slant at odd angles as if mid-collapse. Archways loom from silted earth like doorways into a world paused. Tables lie overturned beside rusted pistols. Clay tankards wait beside shattered windows. The dregs of rum long since claimed by smoke. The pocket watch, discovered decades later, had stopped precisely at 11:43, the very minute the quake struck. Time itself drowned with the city, and it is that stillness, the immediacy of it, that makes Port Royal so different from other southern sites. Atlantis, Heracleion, Baiae, those cities eroded slowly, crumbled beneath centuries of time and sand. But here, the descent was violent, sudden, intimate. The city was swallowed in the midst of living. Dishes on tables, coins in purses, skeletons sprawled with arms reaching toward exits that never came. It is a snapshot, not of glory, but of interruption. The sea did not reduce it to rubble. It preserved its disarray, and in that disarray, a truth lives. Divers who descend into this watery graveyard describe the experience not as exploration, but as visitation. There is a pressure in the water, a weight not from depth, but from story. It presses into your chest, not with fear, but with grief. Like walking through a home left suddenly empty, not abandoned, taken. And the silence isn't quiet, it's crowded, thick with the echo of voices that never finished their last sentence. Artifacts recovered from the site tell more than history books ever could. A child's shoe too small to belong to any pirate. A silver fork engraved with initials no one remembers. Glass bottles, still corked, filled with shadows. A Bible, its pages gone, but its leather binding intact, swollen with seawater and time. And everywhere bricks. Red bricks, thousands of them, lying in the positions they fell, as if they too remembered the moment everything shifted and never moved again. And yet, amid the wreckage, there is artistry. Wooden floorboards from sunken taverns still curve like the hulls of ships. Iron hinges cling stubbornly to doors. Even the graffiti carved into pews and plaster, the idle markings of bored sailors and drunk mercenaries has survived. Words left as a joke or defiance now hang suspended beneath layers of alga and sediment. The sea remembers it all. There is something deeply human about this preservation, not because it's grand, but because it's familiar. Port Royal was not a mythic city of gods or kings. It was a city of people, of mess, of contradiction. They prayed and gambled, loved and stole. They kissed in doorways and stabbed in alleys. And the sea, rather than erasing their sins, kept them intact. As if to say, this too was life, this too matters. The Caribbean's warm waters helped preserve the structures. So did the silt, which settled thick and fast after the quake, blanketing the city in a kind of liquid tomb. For centuries it was untouched. Locals feared the place, called it cursed, said the hand of God had swept it clean. And perhaps in some way they were right, not about the curse, but about the sacredness of what lay beneath. In the 1950s, marine archaeologists began their first real explorations of Port Royal. What they found stunned them. Unlike any underwater site they had seen, this city had retained its posture, its form. The debris was not scattered by storm or time. It had frozen in the moment of catastrophe. One diver described it as walking through a dream where nothing made sense but everything felt real, where a single shoe on a staircase told more than a scroll ever could. And then there were the bodies. Some were found still inside collapsed buildings, others outside, caught between escape and surrender. Their bones have long since fused with coral and stone, but their gestures remain. An arm curled around a timber, a skull beneath a doorframe, a child nestled beside a mother. These were not warriors or prophets, they were citizens, survivors who didn't survive, and the sea has held them gently, without fanfare, as if ashamed of what it was forced to do. But not everything sank. Parts of Port Royal survived above water, twisted and scorched and slowly rebuilt. Today, a small town remains. It shares the name, but not the soul. The ruins beneath the sea, where the real Port Royal lies, preserved in silence, suspended in memory. A museum of unrepented chaos, forever caught between fire and flood. And yet, despite the wreckage, the sight is strangely peaceful. Schools of fish move through doorways where rum once spilled. Seagrass wraps around cannonballs. Crabs skitter across staircases. Nature has not erased the city, it has adopted it. The sea has made Port Royal part of itself. Divers surface shaken, not by what they see, but by what they feel. A city that fell not just from pride or sin, but from gravity, from fragility, from the unspoken truth that nothing built on greed can last forever. And still the bricks wait, still the watch lies stopped, still the sea remembers. In most places, when history sinks, it is erased. Storms chew through wood, salt eats iron, and silence swallows story. But Port Royal did not disappear. It lingered, not as a myth, not as a whisper, but as a wound, one that never fully closed. For years after the quake, survivors spoke of dreams, strange, repeating visions of water climbing walls, of coins spinning mid-air, of laughter cut off mid-sentence. Some claimed the sea itself cried out in remorse that day, mourning the city even as it devoured it. And perhaps it did. Because even centuries later, Port Royal has never stopped echoing. Every attempt to restore it, to build anew over its drowned bones, has faltered. The land, soft and trembling, refuses permanence. Buildings shift, roads buckle, walls sink inch by inch, as if pulled back toward the deep. The harbour remains restless, a churn of heat and humidity that always smells faintly of metal and memory. And the people who live nearby, they know, they don't speak of it often, but they feel it, that pressure in the air, that weight in the sky just before dusk, the sense that something below still breathes. Some locals still refer to it as the City of Judgment. Not out of superstition, but because of the way it vanished, instantly, perfectly, like a curtain being dropped between hands. They say no storm has ever come so suddenly, no city has ever been swallowed so clean. There were no forewarnings, no tidal retreat, just stillness, then thunder, then the earth liquefied and the ocean answered. And yet, there's an eerie intimacy to the way it fell. It didn't erupt in fire or drown in waves alone. It folded inward, as if the city, tired of its own pace, finally let go, as if the buildings leaned on one another in farewell. Even the pirates, in their journals, wrote of it with awe. One survivor scribbled in shaking ink that it felt like the world had exhaled, and he wasn't sure it would breathe again. But Port Royal was more than its moment of collapse. To understand its mystery, one must understand its pulse. In its prime, the city was a paradox, brutal and beautiful, elegant and obscene. Men toasted communion in one breath and broke bottles over each other in the next. Brutals stood beside chapels, duels followed sermons. The city lived on the edge of itself, spinning faster than its own morality, and in that spinning, something true revealed itself, something raw, unscripted, human. The streets weren't paved in gold, but in mud and ash and spilled drink. Laughter echoed from balconies even as knives flicked in alleys. You could buy anything in Port Royal, flesh, freedom, forgiveness, and you could lose it just as fast. It was a city of tides, not just of water, but of want. It's easy to romanticize pirates now, to dress them in fiction and flair, but Port Royal knew the truth of them. It smelled it in their boots, saw it in their eyes. These were not heroes, they were survivors, and in this city, survival was the only law that truly mattered. And so when the sea came for them, it did not discriminate. The governor's mansion crumbled as quickly as the tavern floor. The wealthy drowned with coins still in their pockets. The poor vanished mid-prayer. The sea, impartial and unhurried, took what it had always been owed. Yet what remains below is not horror, it's honesty. Divers today trace the outlines of daily life. A doorway with scorch marks, a bed frame warped by water, a staircase that leads to nothing but open sea. These fragments tell the story better than any book, not because they are grand, but because they are quiet, mundane, real. They speak of a life interrupted, not by war or plague, but by gravity and water and time's indifference. One building, now half swallowed by coral, was once a warehouse. Inside, beneath a layer of silt, archaeologists found crates still packed with goods, spices, textiles, a barrel of nails. It was as if someone intended to return, to reclaim what was theirs. But no one ever did. Elsewhere, in what was once a church, the stone font remains upright, empty but untouched. No roof above it, no walls to hold its echo, but the basin remains, and standing before it, even in scuba gear and artificial light, divers report the strangest feeling, not fear, not awe, but stillness. A peace so sudden it stings, as if the building still holds its silence like a sacrament. And that silence is not hollow, it's full, thick, it stretches around each corner, across each submerged street, clinging to rusted anchors and shattered pews. It's the kind of silence that hums, that listens, that remembers, and in its presence, even those who do not believe in ghosts begin to understand what it means for a city to haunt. Port Royal is not lost. It is simply paused, waiting, not for rescue, not for redemption, but perhaps for witness. To be seen not just for how it fell, but for how it lived. For the fire that burned in its streets, for the hands that built it despite the shifting sand, for the lives that carved songs into its walls and dreams into its taverns, for the unspoken truth that even the wickedest cities hold moments of tenderness, of beauty, of love. And the sea, in its infinite wisdom, kept all of it, not to shame us, but to remind us. There are places in the world where time collapses, not forward, not back, just inward, as if the past folds in on itself and settles beneath the skin of the present. Port Royal is one of those places. Though it sleeps under only a shallow veil of seawater, the feeling of descent is profound, not into depth, but into memory, into the soft collapse of a world that once spun too fast and stopped all at once. Divas who touch its floor speak of pressure, not from the sea, but from something older. A weight in the chest, like crossing a threshold not meant to be crossed. The ruins are not cryptic, they are candid. Every stone and timber seems to say, this is what happened. Look, and so you look. Into doorways that open into water, down streets that end in nothing, across beams that once held laughter and now hold only seagrass. You look, and you feel, not judgment, but invitation. A chance to remember what happens when we build too tall on soil too soft. Some call it a warning. Others call it a requiem. There's a strange reverence in how nature has reclaimed the city, not with fury, not with destruction, but with gentleness. Coral creeps along the foundations of old shops. Barnacles frame windows like lace. Fish sleep inside what used to be wine barrels. Even the wreckage blooms. Like the sea didn't just take Port Royal, it adopted it, gave it a second life, not as a place of trade or sin or gold, but as a sanctuary. A whispering reef of what once was. And maybe that's what makes it sacred. Not the churches or forts or treasure, but the fact that the city remains, not because man preserved it, but because the sea did, carefully, silently, refusing to let it vanish completely, refusing to let us forget. Each year fewer people visit Port Royal's ruins. Laws protect the site now, permits are scarce. Most will never descend into its silence. They'll walk the rebuilt shoreline. They'll glance at the modest museum, but they will never feel the hush that lives beneath those waters. The hush that speaks, not in words but in stillness, that asks nothing, but offers everything. And yet something of the city still reaches out. In the way the waves lap differently on the shore there, in the way the wind pauses just before dusk, in the way the stones still shift beneath the new roads, as though the old city stirs gently beneath the surface, remembering its name. Even now, objects rise from the deep, carried up by storm or accident. A pipe, a coin, a ring, small things, forgotten things, but they surface like thoughts, like memories, reminders that nothing is truly gone, that the sea holds on, that sometimes it returns what we thought we had lost forever. Historians debate Port Royal's legacy. Was it a haven of lawlessness, a monument to greed, or something more complex, more human? a city of contradiction, of pleasure and pain, of worship and blasphemy, a place where joy and ruin walked hand in hand, laughing into the same wind. Perhaps the truth is simpler still. Perhaps Port Royal was simply a mirror. It showed us who we are when we are given too much freedom, without the weight of consequence, when we race toward pleasure without pause, when we build without listening to the earth beneath us. And in the end, it showed us what happens when the balance tips too far. But it also showed us something beautiful. It showed us that even in chaos, there is community, that even in vice, there is vulnerability, that even in collapse, there is continuity. And the sea, wise and patient, chose not to erase that. It chose to cradle it. And so the city waits, not for absolution, not for applause, but for remembrance, for someone to drift down into the warm quiet of its tomb and say, yes, you were here, you mattered, and you still do, because every sunken city holds a story, but only a few hold a heartbeat, and Port Royal, ruined, reckless, restless, still pulses beneath the tide, because the sea remembers, and somewhere beneath its patient breath, the steps of Yonaguni still wait. There are cities that rise with empire, and cities that burn with its fall, but there are also cities that melt, softly, slowly into myth, not by war or fire, but by indulgence, by overabundance, by decadence so thick it seeps into the stone. Basio was one of those cities. It did not shout its power, it whispered it through marble corridors, steam-warmed baths, and the laughter of those who believed they were untouchable. Now it lies beneath the Bay of Naples, a drowned garden of ghosts, gilded in silence. The Romans never intended for Basio to rule. It had no senate, no walls, no legions. It was a retreat, a playground for the powerful, a shimmering curve of land where sulfur springs bubbled up from volcanic veins, and the air smelled of salt and steam, and something darker. What began as a spa town for the weary turned into a secret capital, where emperors schemed behind silk curtains, where philosophers lost their tongues in wine, where generals planned their next conquest between massages and whispered confessions. If Rome was the empire's mind, Basio was its desire. Even in its own time, Basio carried a reputation more potent than its wines. Poets wrote of it with equal parts envy and disdain. A harbor of sin, they called it, a floating hell. Yet they all came, Julius Caesar, Nero, Hadrian, Caligula. Their names echo through the ruins like incense through an empty temple. They built sprawling villas with sea views and underground passages carved into the rock, so servants could come and go without being seen. Gardens grew from terraces of imported soil. Statues of gods stared blankly from mosaic-tiled fountains, and beneath it all, the baths, endless, steamy, and adorned with every indulgence the Roman imagination could afford. Here, status melted. Men who ordered executions with a nod by day, disrobed beside their enemies by night. Oil was poured across backs, scraped away with bronze blades called strigils. Secrets passed between steam and perfume. Murmurs of betrayal, alliances, affairs. The air was thick with more than just heat. It was soaked in consequence. Nothing whispered in Basio stayed quiet for long. And yet, despite its opulence, Basio was fragile. Built on volcanic soil, surrounded by restless tides, it sat atop a dangerous stillness. The very waters that made it a paradise simmered with instability. The land heaved and trembled in subtle movements, the way a sleeping beast might stir in its dreams. But the Romans didn't care, or perhaps they did, and chose to drown the worry in excess. They paved over warning signs, expanded villas further into the bay, dug deeper into the hillsides, built arches and pillars as if defying the earth to move. And for a while, it seemed they had won. The parties continued. The fountains flowed. New villas rose with each emperor's arrival. No one thought to leave. But the earth does not forget. It remembers the weight of arrogance, the pressure of stone and sin, the way laughter can sound like mockery to something ancient and buried. And slowly, inch by inch, Basio began to sink. They didn't notice it at first. Just a strange dampness on the lower floors, cracks in marble where none had been, steps that seemed shorter than memory recalled. But the sea was rising, and the land was falling, and between the two, the city began its descent. It didn't vanish all at once. It lingered, like perfume on silk, like guilt. Now when you look down through the clear Mediterranean shallows, you see what remains. Columns still stand, softened by coral. Mosaics flash like scales beneath fish. Amphorae lie shattered beside banquet halls, where emperors once reclined on couches, drinking wine sweetened with honey and watching dancers perform by torchlight. Statues peer upward through the waves, their expressions unchanged. But Basie's not a ruin in the way Rome's temples are ruins. It's quieter, more intimate. You feel not just the absence of people, but the presence of indulgence. It still clings to the place, like humidity, like memory. You don't just see what Basie was, you feel what it wanted: pleasure without limit, power without consequence, and a kind of beauty so overwhelming, it forgot to ask whether it could last. Divers who visit speak of a strange calm, as if the sea here is not angry, but reflective. The water doesn't churn, it glides. Light drifts through kelp like gauze over a half-remembered dream. Fish dart through doorways that once led to private chambers. Octopuses curl up in the hollows of fallen statues. It is a palace repurposed by silence. And in that silence, you begin to wonder, did Basie fall because it was wicked, or because it was human? What if the city wasn't punished, but released? What if it asked to be forgotten, because there is something haunting in how little of Basie's story remains in memory? Rome wrote volumes about its laws, its battles, its triumphs, but Basie's, this jewel of the empire, this Eden of excess, has faded from most tongues, as if it chose to be erased, or as if the sea chose to protect it, to tuck it gently beneath its surface and say, enough. The ruins are there, the mosaics still gleam, but the stories, they sink deeper than stone. And in the next part we'll follow them further, into corridors submerged, into chambers where emperors once whispered, into the soft, warm dark, where Basie still breathes. To walk the underwater streets of Baiae is to follow shadows wrapped in silk. The pathways still twist, though no feet touch them. The arches still rise, though their stones have forgotten weight. There are moments when the water is so still, you can almost imagine the city as it once was, alive with torchlight, heavy with laughter, the scent of warm oils rising through the air. You close your eyes, and for a breathless moment, the ruins inhale. It is said that Nero once kept a villa here, lavish even by his standards, a labyrinth of gold and marble and mirrored ceilings. They say he arrived by barge, surrounded by musicians, dancers, and peacocks draped in jewels, that his garden fountains gushed with wine instead of water, that beneath his rooms ran a hidden corridor, one he could escape through should the mood of the crowd turn. That corridor, now flooded, still stretches into the hill like a vein. Nearby are the remains of Hadrian's chambers, not so extravagant, but elegant, considered, rooms arranged to catch the sun and frame the bay. Mosaics that echo the geometry of stars, a kind of order in the indulgence, a man seeking peace in a city that never knew quiet. His floors now lie under thin layers of silt, still unbroken, as though waiting for him to return. And between these forgotten palaces run the tunnels, narrow, carved by hand, following the natural heat of the earth. The Romans called them sudatoria, sweat rooms, early saunas. Some led to the Piscina Mirabilis, a grand reservoir believed to hold fresh water for the entire city. Its vaulted ceiling still towers in the dark, dripping with condensation. The air inside is thick and warm. Even now, without fire, the stone holds the heat of ages. These tunnels were more than plumbing. They were privacy, passageways where servants moved unseen, where lovers slipped between villas, where messages passed without the sound of feet. Some tunnels held altars, niches carved for forgotten gods, flickering oil lamps set before small statues, now long gone. To wander them now is to chase whispers. They twist like riddles, end in silence, and echo with nothing but your breath. The sea has filled the rooms, but not erased them. Doors still open, pools still sink. In some corners, black sand has piled high, sealing off entire wings. In others, the walls breathe algae and shimmer faintly, as if reflecting parties that haven't happened in 2,000 years. The deeper you go, the warmer it gets. The volcanic heart of Campania still beats. You can feel it in the currents, slow, pulsing, steady. Divers have retrieved oil lamps, carved combs, surgical tools, dice made of bone. One mask, bronze, heavy, still with traces of inlaid silver, was pulled from beneath a fallen column. Its expression serene, eyes wide, lips parted, as if watching the end of its own world. Who wore it? In what dance? What secrets passed behind its hollow gaze? The mosaics are perhaps the most haunting. Some are simple, waves, fish, geometric spirals. Others show myth in motion, Neptune rising with trident raised, dolphins twisting at his feet, Bacchus reclining with a cup in hand, grapes spilling from a slave's arms, Venus, eyes half-lidded, gazing upward as if toward a sun that never sets. These images were meant to be seen while soaked in warmth, while surrounded by pleasure. They weren't decoration, they were part of the spell. And now they lie beneath schools of sardines, under shifting shafts of blue light, touched only by seaweed, unread but not erased. What lingers most in Bacchali isn't just the architecture, it's the atmosphere, that strange mingling of decay and serenity. You don't feel the fear of collapse here, you feel the aftertaste of too much sweetness. The kind that dulls the tongue, the kind that leaves you aching for something simpler. The city doesn't weep for itself. It sighs, and it's not just physical decay. Bacchus, more than other Roman ruins, carries emotional sediment. When you look through a broken arch and see the shape of what used to be a bath, a bed, a doorway, you don't just imagine the bodies that passed through. You feel their canvases, their desire to build something lasting, to feel something overwhelming. It was moving, it was never meant to enjoy. That is what makes it simple, tragic, the final is to They peer down through wavering water at what looks like a mirage. Columns, courtyards, a sunken garden, where marble benches still face one another, as if waiting for their owners to sit and gossip again. But most don't know what they're looking at. They see shapes, they don't feel the weight. They don't know the city once pulsed with more desire than Rome itself. And maybe that's how Bacchali wants it. Maybe that's the final secret. That it sank not because it was punished, but because it had already burned through everything it needed to be. That it slipped beneath the surface not in fear, but in fulfillment. A final decadent breath, exhaled and remembered. In the next part, we'll sink deeper, into the drowned banquet halls and private chapels, into the places even the sea approaches with care, where the ruins still remember what it meant to be Roman, at their most human and most haunted. As you descend deeper into the flooded layers of Bali, past the elegant mosaics, and into the heart of what once was imperial indulgence, the light begins to shift. The sun above is still there, refracted and warped by the sea's surface, but down here, illumination feels ancient, not bright, luminous, like moonlight pressed through silk, like the flicker of an oil lamp that has never quite gone out. The rooms grow taller, the columns more distant, the spaces grander. You begin to realize just how enormous these villas truly were, palaces more than homes, designed not to house families, but to house power, to cradle influence. Every curve of the marble was meant to impress. Every arch was calculated to frame not just the sea, but the status of the man who owned it. This wasn't just architecture, it was theater, and the audience always was the empire. In one of the largest structures lies the echo of a dining hall, now open to the sea, its tiled floor partially intact. The floor alone stretches wide enough to host 100 guests, and yet it was likely used by a handful of elites. The center, once dominated by a massive reclining table, is now ringed with sand and fragments of amphorae. These jars once held the best wine from southern Gaul, oils from Hispania, honey from Africa, taste from every corner of Rome, brought here not for survival, but for pleasure. It's in these banquet halls that the empire bared its truest face, not on the battlefield, not in the forum, but here among flickering torches, silk cushions and quiet conspiracies. Here men who controlled provinces softened their voices, and let wine untie their tongues. Here alliances shifted, marriages were arranged, deaths were plotted, gently, with a smile. The politics of Rome were brutal, but its setting was velvet. Even underwater, The stillness of these halls is overwhelming. Fishes swim in and out through crumbled doorways. Starfish cling to the base of what was once a statue pedestal. And somewhere near the far wall, a fallen bust lies face up, broken in half. The face is gone, eaten away by time, but the shoulders remain, square and proud, as though the sea could not take the posture of power, even if it could steal the face. Ballier was not only built for excess, it was built for secrecy. Beneath the villas, beneath even the tunnels, lie cryptic chambers, caverns carved into the volcanic rock, their purpose debated to this day. Some say they were ritual rooms, others, pleasure grottos. Perhaps both, perhaps the distinction never mattered. The Romans, after all, did not divide the sacred and the sensual as sharply as we do now. In one such chamber, the floor dips downward into a perfect circle. Surrounding it are niches, evenly spaced, that might once have held lamps or icons. Above, a domed ceiling, its center now cracked open to the sea. Rays of sunlight trickle down like threads through a loom, weaving light across the chamber, in a pattern that seems to move even when nothing does. The space is empty, but it does not feel abandoned. It feels paused, as if someone still waits for a ritual to begin again. Some archaeologists believe these were places where initiates of mystery cults met, those shadowy religions that thrived beneath the official gaze of Rome. Worshippers of Dionysus, of Isis, of Mithras, gods who asked for surrender, who met their followers in silence and in darkness, not on altars but in breath. And if that's true, it means Ballier was not just a retreat, it was a threshold, a place where pleasure and transcendence blurred. And if that sounds romantic, consider this: beneath one villa, sealed in a chamber found only recently, were the remains of a bronze bed frame, and beside it, a tray of cosmetics. The detail was staggering. The combs still intact, the traces of pigment still clinging to a shattered mirror's edge. No bones, no name, just the echo of preparation. The suggestion of someone who once sat there, applying color to their cheeks by lamplight, unaware that centuries later someone would find their silence more powerful than their reflection ever was. Above, tourists walk along the modern coastline, unaware of how close they are to these rooms. They see the villas rebuilt on the cliffs, the remnants of a Roman arch emerging from a garden wall. They sip espresso, trace ancient columns with their fingers, and take photos beside fountains restored by careful hands. But what they cannot touch is what lies beneath. The Ballier that breathes underwater, the one that never left. Because Ballier in the end is a city of thresholds. Between land and sea, between memory and myth, between pleasure and ruin. It was never built to last, not because it lacked strength, but because it was built to burn fast and bright, like a star, like a secret, like a desire that demands everything and then disappears. And still, it waits. In the final part we descend into what remains of its temples, its sanctuaries, the final traces of Rome's most beautiful, most forgotten city, not to mourn its fall, but to listen. Because even now, if you drift just right, if the water calms and the light holds its breath, you can almost hear them, the laughter, the music, the clinking of goblets raised to a setting sun. There is a final chamber that lies deeper than the rest, not in distance, but in quiet. It does not boast the mosaics of the baths, nor the vastness of the banquet halls. It's smaller, rounder, more intimate. Its columns are slender and undecorated. Its walls bear no painted myths, no symbols of empire, just smooth stone, worn soft by time and tide. But here, among the ruins of extravagance and spectacle, there is something else, something sacred. It was likely a nymphaeum, a shrine to the water spirits. The Romans believed in such places, places where the divine emerged not in thunder or flame, but in springs and mist, in flow, in hush. Perhaps that's why this room feels untouched by the collapse that claimed the rest of Bayer, because it never asked for more than it needed, because it gave reverence instead of demand. It remains as a gesture of stillness in a city built on indulgence. A trickle of warm fresh water still seeps from a crack in the wall. It gathers in a shallow basin, no larger than a bowl, rimmed in green algae, ringed by silence. It doesn't bubble, it doesn't sing, it simply exists, persistent, quiet, eternal. And it's in that softest of sounds, the whisper of ancient water meeting newer sea, that Bayer's soul seems to settle. Because in the end, what remains of Bayer is not the power of Rome or the sin of emperors. It's not the scandal, or the gold, or the walls designed to outshine nature. What endures is this: a city that knew how to feel, that surrendered to warmth, that let beauty exist for beauty's sake. And though it collapsed, though it sank, it never hardened. Even now, it lies open. Most ruins fight the sea. They rise in defiance, broken teeth against the tide. But Baia's surrendered. It lay back, let the waves in, let the salt claim the corridors, let the coral bloom where roses once did. And in doing so, it became more than ruin. It became memory in motion. Modern efforts to protect Baia have been slow but devoted. Archaeologists map its drowned streets with sonar and drones, drawing blueprints of what once pulsed with human breath. Each discovery is like a heartbeat, a tile unearthed, a statue's base recovered, a threshold rediscovered by touch rather than sight. But they move carefully, as if afraid to disturb what the sea has kept in trust. Visitors to the Submerged boat, their eyes peering through glass bottles. Some dive in, suited and strapped, oxygen tanks bubbling through ancient baths. They emerge awed, sometimes quiet, always changed, not by grandeur, but by intimacy, by the sensation of having touched something that didn't want to be touched, only remembered. And Baia allows that. It doesn't perform, it doesn't demand, it waits softly, offering only what you are willing to feel. Some days, when the sea is calm and the sunlight is thin, a golden hue fills the water above Baia, not from treasure, but from memory, a diffusion of warmth that has nothing to do with temperature, just a sensation, a tone, as though the city even now is glowing with its final sigh. It is tempting to think of Baia as a lesson, a fable about excess, about how even the greatest pleasures collapse beneath their own weight. And perhaps there is truth in that. But the city offers more than warning. It offers witness. It shows us what people create when they stop asking what is necessary and start asking what is beautiful. It shows us what it means to live for feeling, because Baia never claimed to be noble, it claimed to be alive. And when it could no longer carry its own pulse, it gave itself to the sea, not in defeat, but in devotion. Now it drifts between worlds, not quite past, not quite lost, just suspended, like the last note of a song you can't quite forget, like the echo of footsteps in steam, like laughter heard from the next room, soft, distant, already fading. You don't walk away from Baia, you surface from it, wet with memory, dripping with time. And when you close your eyes at night, it may return to you, not as a ruin, but as a presence, a place with heat in its stones and music in its corridors, a place that didn't fall, but surrendered, and in that surrender, found eternity. Somewhere beneath the still waters of Qiandao Lake, in the eastern provinces of China, there lies a city that should not be there, not because it is mysterious in age or unknown in origin, but because it was never lost to time. It was buried on purpose. Lion City, or Xicheng, was not swallowed by natural disaster, it was drowned by design. In 1959, as part of a vast hydroelectric project to tame the Shinan River, an entire ancient settlement, temples, gates, arches, and all, was submerged beneath a man-made sea, a sacrifice made in the name of modernity. But something strange happened after the flooding, something that no one expected. The city didn't decay, it didn't collapse or vanish beneath mud and silt like so many others. It stayed, preserved, as if time paused with the rising tide and held its breath. The walls still stand, the roofs still hold their curve, the inscriptions on stone still whisper the names of dynasties. The lion statues, the city's guardians, still sit at the gates, eyes wide, unmoved, watching a world they no longer serve. Divers who visit describe it as surreal. One moment you are in the open lake, surrounded by cold water and soft currents. The next you pass through a shadow and you're in a city. It appears all at once, like a memory surfacing. Arched doorways open into rooms filled with darkness. Windows, perfectly framed, stare into the deep like unblinking eyes. There are no fish in these halls, no coral growing unchecked. The city is too still, too sacred. It feels as though even nature is afraid to touch it. Xicheng was once a proud administrative center during the Eastern Han Dynasty, nearly 2,000 years ago. Over centuries it became a cultural gem, ornate, orderly, filled with towers that mirrored the mountains around it. Built at the foot of the Five-Lion Mountain, it took the name of its silent stone guardians, and perhaps it is those very lions who have protected it since. Not with roar or motion, but with sheer stubborn presence. When the waters came, the residents were evacuated. The temple bells rang once more, then silence. The lake rose slowly, deliberately, swallowing homes, markets, schools. No one watched. No one stayed. They turned away, built new roads, found new rhythms. The past was left behind, not in ruin, but in stillness. Not forgotten, just sealed. And what fascinates now is not only the preservation, but the feeling. Those who dive down to visit say the city does not feel empty. It feels paused, like it is waiting for the water to recede, like it expects the footsteps to return. Doors still ajar, stairs still rising with purpose, lantern hooks still bolted in place. It is not a ruin, it is a memory so vivid it never had the chance to fade. Even underwater, the colors remain. The reddish earth tones of temple walls, the soft gray of weathered stone, the pale wash of tiled rooftops, the engravings on archways curling in calligraphy, too elegant to be dismissed. Every detail intact, shielded from decay by the very water that engulfed it. No fire, no storm, just a slow sinking, a long exhale, and perhaps that's what makes Xicheng so different from the other lost cities we've explored. It is not a relic of nature's wrath, nor a casualty of war. It was offered, given over, submerged with calculation, yet somehow preserved with grace. The sea did not destroy it, it embalmed it. Now in the deepest hours of night, when the lake goes mirror smooth and the winds lie down, there are those who swear the surface shifts, that the lights of the drowned city flicker faintly below, that whispers rise, not as bubbles, but as vibration, not words, just the memory of breath. The lake has become a skin, and the city a heartbeat beneath it. In the next part, we will descend through those archways, past the guardian lions, into the halls where brushstrokes once danced across scrolls, into the silence where memory has grown gills and waits patiently for us to listen. Because Xicheng does not ask to be remembered, it simply refuses to be forgotten. The deeper you go into Xicheng, the quieter it gets, not just from the muffling of the water, but from something more spiritual, more reverent. The silence feels ancient, sacred, like walking into a temple just after the incense has burned out. The lake above fades into memory, and what surrounds you is no longer nature, it is design, intention. A city crafted to be lived in, loved in, ruled from, now preserved in a state between breath and echo. You pass under a carved stone arch, still wrapped in dragons, their scales visible even beneath algae. Their mouths hang open, eternal roars silenced by depth. You move past them, slowly, and enter what might have once been a main avenue. It runs straight and long, bordered by low buildings whose roofs slope gently downward like they're bowing to the lake. Their doors, many still standing, are open just enough to let your imagination slip inside. There are no lights here, but the water carries its own glow, soft reflections from the sun filtering down in shards that slide across stone. It feels like candlelight. It feels like memory. Within the buildings you see what remains, not objects. Those were removed long ago, but space, arrangement. You can tell which rooms were public, which were private, which belonged to function, and which to contemplation. One structure, broader and more elaborate than the rest, still holds its name carved into stone above the entrance. A meeting hall. It likely once held voices, firm, commanding, persuasive. Now it holds only pressure, the kind that tightens in your chest when you step into a place that meant something, when you realize you're walking where others once led. And deeper still, in the quieter streets, the carvings become more delicate. Patterns spiral around window frames. Poems etched into the base of walls still linger like veins in old paper. You recognize the elegance of human touch here, not from a time of survival, but from a time of flourishing, of artisans, scholars, city governors, mothers and children, monks, merchants, all moving through these streets in rhythm. The stone remembers them, the water cradles that remembrance like breath held just below the surface. The coral here is sparse. It grows respectfully, like it knows not to overtake what was already beautiful. Some tendrils cling to balconies. A thin coat of green moss curls along the base of a column, but nothing is overtaken. The city is not being devoured. It is being kept, like an artifact in a glass case, like a shrine sealed for the return of a god. There's something unsettling in the perfection of it, as if the city is frozen not in time, but in anticipation, like the story didn't end, it just stopped. You swim through open courtyards where rain once fell, where voices once drifted over warm rice and the scent of chrysanthemum. You imagine lanterns hung from the wooden beams, now rotted away. Their hooks remain, rusted but firm, a ghost infrastructure for light that no longer burns. At one plaza, a staircase rises toward nothing. The building it once led to has crumbled, yet the steps still rise. You feel tempted to climb them, even though you float, and that feeling, that instinct to move as they once moved, is perhaps the most haunting part. Xicheng doesn't just preserve its form, it preserves its gravity, its habits, its pull. Even the guardian lions for which the city was named still sit as sentinels at several entrances. Their stone eyes look out from the gloom with a kind of mournful pride. One has lost half its face, yet still seems to growl. Another is fully intact, the pattern of its fur and the lines of its teeth precise, undisturbed, as if time stopped the moment the water touched them. Divers report strange sensations around these statues: anxiety, awe, a swelling in the chest. Some claim the water thickens in their presence, grows colder. Others say they felt calm, wrapped in stillness so profound it bordered on the divine. One described the feeling as standing in the middle of someone else's prayer. That may be the closest truth we have, because Xicheng feels like a vow, not one made by those who left, but by the city itself, as if it promised to wait, as if in the moment the lake was born, the city looked upward and said, "I will remain," and it has. In the next part we descend into the temples, into the private rooms and sacred spaces of this sunken marvel, into the last whispers of the Lion City, where the ink once dried, where incense once curled, where the mountain spirit was said to sleep, and maybe still does. They called it the City of Lions, not because of conquest, but because of guardianship. The 5 lion mountains stood watch over the city long before the water did, and within Xicheng's heart, that devotion to protection carved itself into the stone. In the quietest corners of the submerged city, you begin to see its soul, not in plazas or promenades, but in the temples, in the inner sanctums, where spirit once bowed to something greater than empire. These temples were not large, not compared to the grand shrines of Beijing or Nanjing, but their intimacy was part of their purpose. Carved directly into the natural layout of the city, tucked into the crook of side streets and courtyards, they seemed to grow organically from the earth itself. You find their entrances flanked by simpler lions, smaller in size but more expressive in shape. One bares its fangs, the other bows its head. Dualities, power and reverence, roar and hush. Inside, the water presses in softer here, it slows. The currents that once followed your descent now hesitate at the temple thresholds, as though something ancient lingers inside that still deserves respect. Light enters only where cracks allow it. Thin lines that fall across stone in deliberate shafts. You find yourself moving slower, without meaning to. Your breath, even through the mask, grows shallow. The first temple you enter is almost perfectly intact. Its roof, sealed beneath the lake for decades, hasn't collapsed. The wooden elements are gone, but the stone beams remain, balancing weight that once carried smoke, chanting, the echo of a bell. Along the wall, carved recesses remain where statues of the bodhisattvas once stood. They are empty now, perhaps removed before the flooding, or perhaps taken by time. But the niches themselves still hold shape and meaning, as if the gods are only temporarily absent. Along one ledge you notice an inscription, carved with care, the strokes deep and unwavering. The characters speak of clarity, of peace, of rivers within the soul that must be stilled before the heart can rise. Even beneath water, the message remains clear. It is not a message for gods, it is a message for the human who kneels. These walls were not built to impress, they were built to contain silence. Another temple lies deeper, smaller still, tucked between 2 collapsed roofs. It can only be reached through a narrow corridor, now half blocked by fallen beams and murky rubble. The effort to reach it is not easy. You feel the pressure grow, but on the other side, space opens once more, and you find what may have once been a meditation hall. A single stone seat remains in the center. Nothing else. No decorations, no symbols, just the suggestion of solitude. You linger here longer than you expected. Something about the emptiness of the room makes it feel full, as if the thoughts of centuries still cling to its walls, as if the water here is less dense with salt and more with memory. When you exhale, bubbles drift upward so slowly it seems the air itself doesn't want to leave. The deeper you go into Xicheng, the more it feels less like a city and more like a mind, structured, purposeful, yet shadowed in places even it has forgotten. These temples, these interior sanctuaries, are not destinations, they are pauses, places where something human or not, once knelt in recognition of impermanence. And here, beneath meters of lake and layers of time, that reverence remains. But even the sacred is not immune to the strangeness of submersion. On the far side of one temple's outer wall, a tree root has found its way down through cracks in the stone. It snakes along the inside, half dead, half alive, its fibers pale and tendril thin. It should not be here, and yet it is. A thread connecting the surface to what lies below. A reminder that nothing, not even sanctity, is sealed entirely. That the world above still breathes into the silence below, sometimes without permission. There is in one shrine, a single bell still intact. It hangs at an angle, its clapper long rusted in place. You reach out, not to ring it, but to feel it. The metal is cold, solid. Time has dulled its tone, but you imagine the sound it once made. A note that called villagers to prayer, that marked the shift of morning to noon, that reminded all who heard it to listen to something greater than themselves. The sound no longer echoes, but the intent remains suspended in the room, like dust that will never settle. No bones have been found in these temples, no signs of last moments or desperation, which means that even in evacuation, these spaces were treated with care. People left them clean, perhaps with offerings intact. There is respect here, there is gentleness in the exit, and that gentleness still lingers like the last warmth from a candle before it vanishes. In the next part, we leave the temples and return to the city's edges, to its gates, to its watchtowers, to the places where Xicheng once touched the surface, and where its soul still reaches upward, toward the mountains it once knew, toward the sky it can no longer see. As you rise from the innermost sanctuaries of Xicheng and drift outward once more, you begin to see the city not just as a structure, but as a being. Its bones lie beneath the lake, stone and tile, corridor and column, but its breath is something harder to name. It moves in rhythms that don't belong to tides or earthquakes. Its rhythm is older, slower, and even as you ascend, it stays with you, heavy in your chest, light in your limbs. The outer wall comes into view again, not broken, but bowed. It surrounds the city like an embrace that hasn't loosened. In places it rises high enough to meet sunlight in soft glances. Moss has grown where flags once waved. Ivy snakes where soldiers once stood. Along the ridges, guard towers still rise like forgotten teeth. Tall and narrow, windows staring blankly toward the modern lake. You float past one of them, its interior now hollow. No arrow slits, no weapons, just a shaft of golden water and silence. It held no siege, it suffered no attack. It simply ceased to be necessary, but still it stands. Near one of the gates, you find a stairwell carved into the bedrock, winding up from the city's base like a spiral spine. It leads to what was once a watchpost, a raised platform where men would stand at dusk, eyes sweeping the valley below. Now the post is submerged in haze. The surrounding mountain reflections no longer shimmer in their polished helmets, only in the trembling water. No one guards this entrance anymore, but the path remains, as if the lake itself keeps watch in their place. And here at the edge of the city, you sense something new, something not present in the temples or the courtyards. It's not sadness, it's not even longing, it's a kind of patience, a surrender without bitterness. Xicheng does not mourn its submergence, it doesn't yearn to return, it doesn't rise up in protest beneath the water's weight. It rests, it listens, it continues. Some divers say that at certain times of year, usually late autumn, the surface of Qiandao Lake goes completely still. No wind, no ripples, just a flat mirror under a grey sky. And on those rare days, if you float above the city, you can feel it, not see, not hear, but feel, as if a pulse beneath the water shifts in time with your own. As if for one moment, the lake and the listener breathe together, the past and the present stitched together by stillness. In the years since its discovery, underwater archaeologists have documented much of Xicheng's layout. They've drawn maps, photographed carvings, marked entry points and stairwells, but what they admit, and always quietly, is that no amount of measurement can explain its preservation. Theories abound. The lack of currents, the stable temperature, the minerals in the lake, but something still resists explanation. No one expected the wood to survive. No one expected the colors to hold. No one expected the city to remain whole. But perhaps that's the point, that what was given to the water was not just stone and roof, but something deeper, a kind of trust, a belief that silence can protect what sound cannot. That submersion is not always erasure. Sometimes it's safekeeping. And maybe that's why, of all the cities buried by time and tide, Xicheng feels different, not lost, not ruined, just quiet, as if it chose stillness over noise, reflection over chaos, depth over height. You rise now slowly, the stone walls drifting downward beneath you like the closing of a book. The lions at the gate shrink in the haze, their gaze eternal, their mouths still parted in silent warning or welcome. You're never quite sure. Above the light returns, your body feels lighter, your thoughts strangely heavier, because what lingers from Xicheng is not the image of walls or rooftops, but the feeling of a presence that never left. And as your head breaks the surface, as the lake returns to breeze and shimmer, you carry that presence with you. Beneath this water, there is a city that remembers, not with words, not with monuments, but with silence that holds the shape of every footstep, every prayer, every name whispered before the flood, and it is still there, waiting. Just off the coast of Israel, where the Mediterranean folds softly into the shore, a mystery rests beneath the waves, not deep in trenches or swallowed by whirlpools, but lying in clear, shallow water, close enough to see when the sun strikes just right, close enough that the sea seems to whisper its name, Atlit, a name not many know, but a place older than most cities still standing, a Neolithic village, a lost memory of humankind's first steps toward permanence, and then silence. There are no great arches here, no pyramids, no gold. What Atlit offers is quieter, more intimate, stone circles placed with care, paths between dwellings that once echoed with footsteps, wells that once drew water for hands long gone, and walls, low-weathered, but deliberate, built not to defend against armies, but to hold back time, a kind of gentle defiance, and in the stillness of the seabed, it holds. Atlit was discovered not with fanfare, but with the slow press of exploration, divers looking for something else, scraps of wreckage perhaps, or the pull of old anchor chains, came upon stones that didn't belong to nature, arranged, structured, whispering of intent, and when the sands were gently brushed away, a world emerged, one that had lain undisturbed for thousands of years. Carbon dating tells us the village is nearly 9,000 years old, older than the pyramids, older than Stonehenge, a settlement from a time when humans were just beginning to root themselves, to stop wandering, to build. An Atlit even then, was something special. It had planning, it had depth, it had water systems and dwellings arranged in patterns that suggest not only survival, but community. They lived together, they farmed, they fished, they buried their dead, they built a life, and then they vanished. No war, no fire, just water. One theory speaks of a sudden shift, a rise in sea level caused by melting glaciers, a quiet apocalypse, no crashing waves, no fleeing masses, just a slow, steady swallowing, a few inches one season, a few more the next, until the land that held their footsteps gave way, until the hearths grew wet, until they could no longer stay, and so they left, or they were taken. But what remains behind is unlike anything else. Under the surface, 7 massive stone monoliths form a circle, carefully placed, etched with channels. At the center lies a freshwater spring, now submerged. It's thought to have been sacred, a place of ritual, of connection, perhaps even of healing. The stones still stand, defiant, motionless against the motion of time. The sea shifts and swirls around them, but they remain, silent guardians of a forgotten rhythm. The people of Atlit knew the sea. They were not strangers to its temperament. Their bones, when uncovered, speak of diets rich with fish, of joints shaped by nets and paddles. Their tools were shaped from stone and bone, but refined. Their burials were careful. Some were found curled beside infants, others surrounded by shells. There was meaning in how they treated the dead, love perhaps, or fear, or hope, the kind of care that suggests not a primitive people, but a thoughtful one, a people who looked to the horizon and wondered what came after, and perhaps it's that care that allowed their village to sleep so peacefully for so long. The sea did not tear it apart. It blanketed, layered it in salt and thyme, preserved it, and now when the light is right, the walls seem to glow, as if they remember, as if they too are waiting. Divers say the silence underwater near Atlit is different, not empty, but full, thick, as though the water is holding its breath, as though voices still drift through it, muffled and patient. It is not haunted exactly, but it is aware that we are intruding, that we are surfacing something meant to rest, and yet we keep coming back, not to loot, but to listen, because a village like this doesn't disappear without a trace, and the sea in its strange way has given us more than we expected. It has offered us an untouched moment, a chance to kneel beneath the waves and press our palms against stones shaped by hands so far gone, we can no longer even guess their names. A moment to remember something older than fear, older than writing, older than myth. And so we begin the journey into Atlit, not with maps but with reverence. For in these sunken walls there is a stillness louder than history, a stillness that holds its shape even when the current stirs, a stillness that feels like memory, a city without a king, a village without a war, a life without a loud end, just a quiet one, carried out to sea. Some have suggested that Atlit was not merely a village, but a threshold, a liminal space between land and sea, between survival and memory. The way its stones sit half revealed, the way the sun breaks against their mossy edges, feels almost ceremonial, like the world itself marked this place for remembering, not with grandeur, but with gentleness. The sea here is not cruel, it is not even possessive. It is reverent, as though it knows what lies beneath is sacred. Marine archaeologists have uncovered more than just stone. They've found seeds, tools, animal bones and traces of woven mats, the delicate imprints of everyday life. These were not primitive people stumbling towards civilization. These were early architects of meaning. Their tools were not just for survival, they were for shaping, for belonging, for anchoring themselves to a world they were just beginning to understand. And there is a kind of comfort in that, to know that even thousands of years ago, long before empires rose and fell, people sat around fires, tended to their families, told stories, and looked at the stars with questions they could not name. That they too felt the pull of the unknown, that they too feared the silence that sometimes comes with the sea. There is still much we do not know about Atlit, why they built where they did, why they left no markings, no language carved into stone, why the sea chose to keep them so well. But perhaps it isn't ours to know. Perhaps the story of Atlit is not one we're meant to solve but to feel, a kind of quiet knowing that slips into the mind like the sound of water against rock. A truth carried not in facts but in feeling. So we listen, we watch, we let the sea speak in its slow, patient way, and beneath the surface where light filters through with reverence, the stones of Atlit still stand, silent, unbroken, waiting. There's something unsettling about the clarity of the water above Atlit. It moves like silk, clear enough to see the outlines of stone, the gentle curves of ancient walls, the hollows where life once unfolded in soft, repetitive patterns. Unlike other submerged cities, cloaked in shadow and sediment, Atlit lies in light. It's exposed, vulnerable, as though the sea itself wants us to look, wants us to witness what it protected, to understand that memory does not always hide. It sometimes floats. Divers who descend here speak of a quiet so complete, it becomes a sound in itself, not silence, exactly, but something thicker, as if the sea, usually so casual in its motion, grows still out of respect. The kelp that drapes over the walls sways with the gentlest of pulses, schools of fish pass like flickers of thought, and beneath it all, the stones breathe, not literally, but in rhythm, in presence. You can feel it in your chest, a thrum, a pulse older than timekeeping. The monoliths at the center, 7 great stones, each taller than a man, are not aligned randomly. They form a perfect semicircle around a submerged spring. Some believe this was a sacred space, used for healing, for prayer, for rituals long lost to the noise of progress. The grooves carved into their surfaces may have channeled water or blood, or some ancient mixture of the two. But none of that matters more than this. They were placed there, intentionally, by hands that understood geometry, that understood meaning, that gave weight to place. And that raises a question: how much have we forgotten? These people had no metal tools, no written language that we've found, and yet they shaped a world, a society, in such a way that its essence still clings to the sea floor after nearly 9,000 years. The same sea that reduces modern ships to rusted wreckage in decades has preserved this village like a pearl. The question isn't just how they lived, but why they were remembered. Their bodies tell part of the story. Several skeletons unearthed from Atlit show signs of tuberculosis, the oldest known evidence of the disease in human remains. One pair, a woman and a child, were buried together in what looks to have been a ceremonial grave. They were carefully positioned, not discarded. There's grief there, fossilized in posture, a kind of reverence. You look at those bones and feel not science, but sorrow, not analysis, but ache. And then there are the tools, microliths, fishing hooks, bone needles, grinding stones. Each one speaks of rhythm, the daily cycles of work, of survival, but also of tenderness. You don't carve a tool that's small without patience. You don't decorate a bone without purpose. These were not people ruled by instinct. They were guided by something quieter, something like care. Atlit had wells, deep ones, lined with stone, built to tap freshwater sources even after the sea had begun to encroach. That speaks not just of engineering, but of hope, of people who planned to stay, who thought the tides could be reasoned with, who believed that the sea could be pushed back, or at least negotiated with. But the sea is not something you reason with. It listens in silence, and answers only in tide. And yet even in retreat, there is dignity here. Unlike many ruins that bear the scars of siege, of collapse, of fire, Atlit offers no such violence. There are no broken walls, no collapsed roofs. The village looks in many ways like it was simply set down and forgotten, like its people stood one day in the shallows, watched the waves rise inch by inch, and understood that it was time. No panic, no scream, just the quiet act of departure. That stillness is what lingers. It changes the water, it changes the air above it. Visitors have reported dreams after diving, strange vivid ones, of fires burning low beside the sea, of voices speaking a language they don't know but understand, of hands reaching through water, not to pull them down, but to guide. There is nothing malevolent here, but there is weight, a pressure that settles behind the heart, a memory that is not yours but feels like it might have been. Some say the stones of Atlit have held so long because the village was loved, not just by those who built it, but by the earth itself, that nature, so often cruel, chose to protect this place, to let the sand seal it gently, to let the water rise with grace rather than violence. That Atlit was not taken, but cradled, because some things are too sacred to destroy. And perhaps that's why we're drawn to it, not just as archaeologists, but as people. It reminds us that the past is not all war and conquest, that some lives were lived in peace, that some cities were born not of ambition, but of necessity and hope, that there were once places where people rose with the sun, ate what they caught, spoke softly to one another, and passed into the next world without leaving a wound. Beneath the Mediterranean, that story still sleeps, and the waves, when they roll in toward shore, do so with reverence, carrying not just salt but memory. And each time they lap against the divers' masks, or shimmer over the sonar screen, or press against the remnants of a long-abandoned hearth, they say what words cannot: remember me. And if you listen carefully, not with ears but with stillness, you may sense something deeper than memory in the seabed of Atlit, a kind of knowing, as though the stones themselves have absorbed every lullaby ever sung beside a cradle, every promise murmured into the soft breath of dawn, every farewell spoken when the waves finally rose too high to ignore. The village has no monuments, no epic inscriptions, but it holds a gravity all its own, a gentleness that compels you to pause, to lower your voice, to breathe slower. Some believe the village still dreams, that the spring once sacred still pulses faintly beneath its covering of brine, that the hands which once built the stone circle, weathered by net and tide, left behind more than tools. They left intention, they left rhythm, they left a kind of peace that refuses to be eroded. And when the water touches the land where they once stood, it carries that peace forward, into us. And in that silence you begin to understand. Atlit was never just a village, it was a prayer cast gently into the sea, and never taken back. The sea has always been a keeper of memory, but at Atlit it feels more like a mourner. The way the waves roll softly over the stones, the way the currents gently brush aside the sand only to cover it again, there's tenderness in it. As if the ocean isn't just preserving this village, but grieving it. As if the water knows it's watching over something too human, too fragile, to ever belong fully to the deep. And maybe that's why it's still here. So much of the ancient world has been crushed under the weight of time, or twisted by the hand of conquest. But not Atlit Yam. It sleeps with a kind of dignity, a kind of grace that even the sea dares not disturb. You can see it in the layout, the way the dwellings curve slightly around the spring, the way the monoliths form a crescent, not of power, but of invitation. This was never a city of dominance. It was a village of closeness, of survival, of presence. In one structure, archaeologists uncovered what may have been a communal space, the remains of hearths, fire pits, tools shared across generations. The stone alignment here is not precise like a temple, but thoughtful, designed for gathering, for stories, for life. You imagine them sitting in circles, the smell of fish and smoke clinging to their skin, the hush of the sea just beyond the shore, stars above unburdened by light. They did not have written language, but they spoke, and they remembered, and that remembering soaked into the walls. Other structures held evidence of weaving, fibers from baskets, fragments of netting, the impression of a mat left under the weight of something long since gone. It's not the grandness of these artifacts that gives them meaning, it's the humility, the reminder that entire worlds once turned on such small things, on knots tied just right, on a stone bowl carved with care, on a gesture passed from parent to child, without ceremony. A village is not just a place, it is a rhythm, and Atlit Yam's rhythm is still here, just barely audible beneath the current. And then there are the wells, not shallow holes in the ground, but deeply constructed shafts, stone-lined and stable, built to last. One diver described reaching into the mouth of a well and feeling as if the earth exhaled, a soft, steady pulse of cooler water, ancient and unclouded. That fresh water still trickles up from beneath, as if the land refuses to surrender all of itself to salt. That too is memory, that too is defiance. But perhaps the most poignant discovery came from the remains of the dead. In addition to the woman and child buried together, there were others, elderly, injured, malformed, people who would not have survived in harsher, less compassionate societies, and yet they lived here, long enough to show signs of aging, long enough to have mattered. This was not just a village of strength, it was a village of care, and that changes everything. It tells us that Atlit Yam was not only about survival, it was about dignity, about coexistence, about placing value not on what someone could produce, but on who they were. That message lingers in the arrangement of bones, in the way grave goods were placed with care, in the absence of violence across the site. These were not people conquered by the sea, they were embraced by it. Their departure was not collapse, it was transition, and that is perhaps why the place remains so whole. As storms pass across the Mediterranean today, they do so without disturbing the village. The currents shift, but the monoliths do not. The sand drifts, but the walls remain upright. In a world of erosion and decay, Atlit Yam is an anomaly, a soft rebellion against time, as though the village knew it would be found again, and left everything just as it was, not for survival, but for testimony. There's something poetic in that, in the way the sea, often so ruthless, chose to carry this story forward, not loudly, not in waves of destruction, but in soft currents, in still waters, in the gentle hush of a tide that speaks more like a lullaby than a warning. When you dive down into the site, you feel it immediately, the pressure, the quiet, the presence. It wraps around you, not like danger, but like welcome. And for those who've seen it, who floated just above the ancient stones and watched the sun dance through seagrass and light, there is a knowing that never leaves. They return to the surface different, hushed, reverent, as if they've entered a sacred space, and it changed them. Perhaps Atlit Yam was never truly meant for us. Perhaps it was meant only to be lived once, and remembered quietly, and yet here it is, whispering up from the deep, not to teach us, but to remind us, that there once was a time when humanity lived gently, when the sea was not an enemy, but a neighbor, when we built not to last forever, but to belong completely to the moment. That moment still floats, just beneath the waves, and when the sea is still, you can feel it. A pulse, a hush, a memory, waiting. And maybe that's the lesson it offers, buried not in tablets or walls but in feeling. That gentleness can outlast violence, that compassion leaves stronger traces than conquest. We are taught to remember the cities that shouted, that rose in marble and fire, that carved their legacies into stone. But Atlit Yam remembers differently. It speaks in murmurs. It teaches not through power, but through presence. And that presence lingers in every tidal hush, every drifting eel, every grain of silt that settles back into place like memory returning home. Some nights when the surface lies still and the stars shimmer above like watchful eyes, the village seems to stir, not in movement, but in resonance, as though the waters hum with the breath of those who once lived there, as though time, in this one place, agreed to pause. And if you listen long enough, you begin to understand, Atlit Yam was never lost. It was simply waiting for the silence to return, and for someone willing to hear it. The sea does not forget. It waits, endlessly patient, while the land above it reshapes itself with noise and motion. But down where Atlit Yam sleeps, there is no such rush. The village lies still beneath its cover of silt and light, held in the slow, fluid memory of the deep. No clock ticks here, no history book turns its page. There is only the steady rhythm of the ocean's breath, and the soft outline of a life once lived with care. In many ways, Atlit Yam was never buried. Not in the sense that we imagine ruins collapsed, ruined, reclaimed by vines, or shattered by wind. This village was lowered gently, as if the sea were tucking it into bed. The stones still stand upright. The hearths are intact. The wells still function. You can almost see the last footprints where they walked away, reluctant and solemn, understanding they would not return. That is what separates Atlit Yam from other submerged places. It is not a monument to hubris or a casualty of violence. It is a quiet yielding, a final graceful nod to a force they could not control. The sea was not their enemy. It was their companion, their mirror, their god. And when it came to take the village back, it did so not with rage, but with reverence. Divers who visit Atlit Yam often remark that it feels different from any other underwater site, not just because of its preservation, or the mystery of its disappearance, but because of the atmosphere. The air in their lungs seems heavier, their heart beats louder. There's a sensation, part reverence, part sorrow, as though they are stepping into a memory that is not theirs, but is somehow deeply familiar, like returning to a place you've only ever dreamed about. Some say they hear faint music underwater, not in the literal sense but in the way the bubbles move, the way the pressure distorts sound, the way the water brushes against stone. A song that isn't being played, but remembered. The melody of hands carving stone, of water being drawn from a well, of voices calling across the shallows. A rhythm that echoes across time, uninterrupted, because no one ever truly ended it. It simply faded into tide. Others report strange emotions, grief sometimes, but also warmth, as though something beneath the surface recognizes them, not as intruders but as distant cousins, as inheritors. They say that when they rise back to the world above, something follows, not a haunting, a resonance, a hush that clings to their bones long after the salt has dried. Archaeologists can only tell so much from bone and brick. They can analyze pollen, reconstruct diets, trace the curvature of tools, but what Atlit Yam gives us cannot be charted on paper. It cannot be tested or filed. What it gives us is a feeling, a presence, a whisper that does not need language. It gives us proof that a peaceful life was once possible, that it was chosen, that it endured long enough to leave behind a shape, a footprint, a breath in the water. And maybe that's why Atlit Yam has been so carefully preserved, not by us, but by the sea itself. Maybe the ocean, so often painted as cruel and hungry, saw in this village a kindred spirit, something worth holding on to, not for power, but for balance, for beauty, for stillness. So it cradled the stones, let the sand fall just so, wrapped its waves around the place like arms around a sleeping child. There is no temple here, no throne, no inscriptions declaring greatness, only circles of stone, hearths shared by families, burial sites marked by love. These were not rulers, they were caretakers, of one another, of their land, of the water that gave them life and eventually took it back. And in a world that remembers empires, Atlit Yam is the memory of kindness, of rhythm, of enough. We try to define history by its loudest moments, wars, inventions, collapses, but Atlit Yam reminds us that not everything worth remembering makes a sound, that there are stories carried forward, not by conquest, but by current, by quiet. that some of the most enduring legacies are those that ask for nothing but to be left in peace. There are plans now to digitally map every inch of the site, to preserve it before erosion or climate shifts make the village less accessible. Some fear that too much light, too many divers, too much attention will disturb the balance that has held for millennia. But others argue that sharing it is a kind of honoring, that to tell the story with care is to carry the silence forward, not to break it. Still, the sea does not speak in haste. It releases its secrets slowly, not in paragraphs but in pauses. And so we tread lightly, we learn what we can, and we leave the rest to the current. Because Atlit is not just a place, it is a breath held beneath the surface. A handprint on the ocean floor, a message written not in words but in stillness. And as you imagine the stones now washed in blue, covered in algae, that drifts like soft cloth, you may feel that stillness pressing faintly at the edge of your awareness. It doesn't demand anything. It simply waits. As it always has, as it always will. For remembrance, for reverence, for return, because the sea remembers, and somewhere beneath its patient breath, the steps of Yonaguni still wait. Now, the waters are still. The cities we wandered, lost to time, to tide, to silence, have returned to their sleep beneath the waves. You've followed their forgotten roads, touched the pillars left behind by vanished hands, heard the whispers echoing through halls that no longer breathe air. You've crossed the world without leaving your room, and somewhere along the way time stopped mattering. There are no clocks down there, no headlines, no voices calling you to be anything but still, just stone, just silence, just memory. Let them rest now. Let the coral soften their corners. Let the silt wrap them in warmth. Let the deep carry their stories until the tide is ready to speak again. And you, wherever you are, close your eyes now. You are not sinking, you are floating. Let your breath slow. Let your thoughts uncoil. Like kelp drifting in gentle water, like sand settling on a quiet floor, like the soft hush of lanterns dimming in a city no longer lit by fire. There's nothing left to chase tonight. No need to remember where the ruins end and dreams begin. You are safe here. Let the deep cradle you. Let the waves, imagined or real, move past your mind like pages turning in sleep. And if you hear echoes in the dark, temples, bells, footsteps, wind, know they are only stories, and stories cannot harm you, only guide you. Rest. We'll see you again, beyond the tide, when the silence is ready to speak once more. Good night.